Chapter 1572. Qin Ziyuan. His relationship with young Master He is stronger than Qin Jining's. Qin Yaoguang's heart skipped a beat. I think we can try. When Shi Yi received Qin Yaoguang's permission and immediately found someone to inform Qin Jining's brother, Qin Ziyuan. Qin Jining's matter was actually a secret in the military. It wasn't a case that could be publicly tried and executed. From the mission he accepted to the method he used to carry out the mission and the final outcome of the mission, none of it could be publicly revealed to the public. Even his family probably wouldn't know about this. In the end, they would only receive news that he had died during the mission because he had made some kind of mistake. If there was no mistake, he would receive the title of martyr. His family would also receive the treatment of a martyr's family and receive a generous pension. But if he made a mistake, the family wouldn't get anything. This was a tacit understanding. However, Qin Jining's identity was rather special. He was the son of He Qingjian's wife, Qin Suan's brother. He was He Zhichu's cousin and had been close since they were young. Therefore, when Shi Yi took advantage of this loophole and deliberately leaked it to someone who was familiar with Qin Jining, that person was indeed frightened and immediately went to inform Qin Jining's brother, Qin Ziyuan. Qin Ziyuan was shocked when he received the call and immediately called He Zhichu. Young Master He, what's going on? Why was my brother, Qin Jining, asked to be shot? What happened? Qin Ziyuan asked anxiously over the phone. He Zhichu had been staying at the Sea City West City base for more than a month. He had a large number of troops and was closely monitoring the apartment complex where Gu Nianji lived. He had been the most wary of Qin Yaoguang, but Qin Yaoguang was quickly distracted by the incident at the Qin Corporation's private hospital. She couldn't interfere anymore, so it relieved him a lot of pressure. He Zhichu didn't respond for a long time after receiving Qin Ziyuan's call. Qin Ziyuan's heart kept sinking. Young Master He, say something. Are you serious? Did my brother really do something wrong? He's always been loyal to uncle. How could this happen? He Zhichu thought of Gu Nianji, who had stopped breathing in his arms that night, and his heart ached. He closed his eyes and said coldly, if you do something wrong, you have to be punished. He's a soldier, and his standards are different from ordinary people. Qin Ziyuan's eyes reddened. My brother doesn't even have a girlfriend. He's not married, and he doesn't have children. Cousin, I'm sorry for your loss. He Zhichu hung up. His expression was indifferent to the extreme, and his shimmering peach blossom eyes were silent. However, Qin Ziyuan didn't want to give up just like that. After thinking about it, he took a car to the He family overnight and asked to see He Qingjian. Uncle-in-law, I just want to ask, is my younger brother's mistake really unforgivable? Qin Ziyuan was worried the entire way and his face was very haggard. He looked at He Qingjian as if he was asking for help and was in extreme despair. I just want to know, what else can I do to save my brother's life? As long as we don't shoot him, we can let him stay in jail for the rest of his life. He Qingjian raised his head from behind his desk, took off the reading glasses on the bridge of his nose, and rubbed the glabella acupoint between his eyebrows. He also said regretfully, this matter was actually a misunderstanding, but it resulted in an irreversible outcome. Now, it's the victim's family that's complaining and asking for him to be shot. I can't do anything about it. Ha! Victim. Qin Ziyuan's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down to He Qingjian. He killed someone. Didn't you say he was on a mission? I can't tell you what mission he was on. He Qingjian sighed and shook his head. But I can tell you that he made a big mistake on a mission and accidentally killed an innocent person. This person's family won't let him go. Qin Ziyuan's hands and feet were cold. He stared blankly at He Qingjian for a while, and his voice changed. Then can you, let me see the family? I can. I can make compensation, no matter what kind of compensation it is. According to their law, even in a murder case, if the family understood and made compensation, the murderer could not be sentenced to death. Moreover, Qin Jining didn't murder on purpose, but accidentally killed during a mission. He Qingjian said regretfully, unfortunately, the family won't accept financial compensation because she doesn't lack money. But maybe she needs compensation in other ways. As long as she mentions it, I can think of a way. Qin Ziyuan wiped away his tears. I only have this one brother. My parents died when I was young. It was my aunt who found us and raised us. I can't watch my brother lose his life because of a mistake. He Qingjian's wife, Qin Suwen, was Qin Ziyuan and Qin Jining's aunt. He Qingjian's heart immediately softened when he heard Qin Ziyuan mention his wife. He nodded. Okay then, go find Qin Yaguang. If she doesn't pursue the matter, your brother won't have to be shot. You still know Qin Yaguang, right? Qin Ziyuan was stunned. Qin Yaguang. Your stepwife, Qin Yaguang. What does this have to do with her? Because the person your brother accidentally killed was her daughter, Gun Yanji. He Qingjian lowered his head and said expressionlessly, Qin Yaguang wants to avenge her daughter and your brother to pay with his life. Qin Ziyuan's heart sank. Gun Yanji. She. Hasn't she been missing for many years? Yes, she just found her recently, so Qin Yaguang is very angry. Do you understand? To you, it's a brother. To her, it's a daughter. He Qingjian folded his hands on the desk and looked up at Qin Ziyuan. Do you still want to try? Try. Qin Ziyuan gritted his teeth. He wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't try at least once. Early the next morning, it was already Christmas Eve. Qin Ziyuan came to the Qin family's private hospital and asked to see Qin Yaguang. Qin Yaguang was waiting for him. When she heard that he was asking to see her, she immediately asked someone to bring him in. Dean Qin. Qin Ziyuan used to call her Auntie Qin, but ever since Qin Yaguang moved out of the He family's mansion, Qin Ziyuan only called her Dean Qin. Ziyuan, why are you looking for me? Qin Yaguang was wearing a white coat and had just come out of the laboratory. She said straightforwardly, I still have something to do. I only have 5 minutes. Make it short. Qin Ziyuan quickly said, sorry to disturb you. I want to ask about my brother, Qin Jining. I'm very sorry for the pain and trouble he caused you. You're here to plead for your brother. Qin Yaguang's expression darkened. A life for a life. What reason do you have to plead for a murderer? But. Qin Ziyuan's lips parted. He didn't do it on purpose. It was an accident. I know you've suffered an immeasurable loss, and I know you don't lack money, but I still hope to be able to compensate you. As long as I can do it, I'll do my best. However, Qin Yaguang still objected and refused to relent. Qin Ziyuan begged until he knelt down, but her face was still cold and furious. She even planned to flick her sleeves and leave. At this moment, Wen Shi pushed the door open and came in. When she saw Qin Ziyuan kneeling on the ground, she quickly went forward to help him up and said in surprise, Brother Xiaoyuan, what are you doing? Qin Ziyuan choked with sobs as he pulled her arm. Shi, can you help me persuade Dean Qin? Jining has a soft spot for you. He's in prison now. Can you help him? Ha! What happened to Brother Little Ning? When Shi looked confused. She turned to look at Qin Yaguang. Auntie Qin, what's going on? Qin Yaguang turned her head away uncomfortably and said coldly, Shi, this has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it. Qin Ziyuan was slightly stunned. Shi, you don't know. What don't I know? When Shi was anxious, and the expression on her face was sincere. Auntie Qin, what are you talking about? What happened to Brother Little Ning? I didn't want Shi to know, but Qin Jining killed my daughter, and I couldn't even find her body. I really can't take this lying down. Qin Jining must pay for my daughter's death." Qin Yaoguang spoke with certainty and refused to relent. Wen Shiyi's eyes widened in surprise, as if it was the first time she had heard this news. "What? Brother Little Ning killed Nianji by mistake. Brother Little Ning is going to be shot. But he killed by mistake. I'm a lawyer, I know that manslaughter doesn't require the death penalty. I don't care. My daughter doesn't even have a corpse left. If I don't make Qin Jining pay with his life, I won't be able to rest in peace." Qin Yaoguang pretended to be very angry and glared at Wen Shiyi. Wen Shiyi stood in front of Qin Ziyuan and argued with Qin Yaoguang. "Auntie Qin, don't be agitated. Can we discuss this matter again? Let's not talk about you for Nianji's sake. Can you give Brother Little Ning a chance for my sake?" Although Qin Ziyuan felt bad, he was also very touched to see Wen Shiyi go against Qin Yaoguang for Qin Jining. He originally didn't think much of Wen Shiyi and didn't think highly of his brother's feelings for her. He didn't expect Wen Shiyi to stand up for him at the last minute. Qin Ziyuan's impression of her changed greatly when he suddenly encountered Wen Shiyi's enthusiasm and help after asking for help everywhere. Wen Shiyi saw that the time was right, so she gave Qin Yaoguang a look. Qin Yaoguang understood and walked into the small resting room inside. She slammed the door shut. Wen Shiyi turned around and said to Qin Ziyuan, "Brother Little Yuan, don't worry. I'll go persuade Auntie Qin again. Auntie Qin is hot-tempered and straightforward, but she's actually quite soft-hearted." She knew that something had happened to Nianji, so she was anxious. "You know, Nianji has been missing for several years. It wasn't easy for young Master He to find her. It's reasonable for her to be nervous." Although Qin Ziyuan didn't know about the existence of a parallel space, he knew that He Jichu had gone out to look for Gu Nianji in the past few years. He quickly nodded. "Thank you, Shiyi. I'll wait for your news." When Shiyi sent Qin Ziyuan off and went to the resting room to chat with Qin Yaoguang for a while. The two of them had already agreed to wait for Qin Ziyuan to come. "I really didn't expect young Master He to be so ruthless. For that damn girl, he could even give up on his cousin who grew up with him." Qin Yaoguang was both amused and emotional. The men of the He family are all like this. When Shiyi's forehead twitched when she heard this. She suppressed the discomfort in her heart and said gently, "Auntie Qin, young Master He was handling things impartially. If Qin Jining hadn't taken the blame, would he have gone against his father?" "Ha!" Qin Yaoguang pursed her lips and said snappily, "It's actually very simple. As long as he hands over Nianji's body, I won't pursue Qin Jining's fault." Wen Shiyi nodded. "I'll go tell Qin Ziyuan now. He'll definitely ask young Master He for help." Yes, a dead person can be exchanged for Qin Jining's life. With Qin Ziyuan's plea, young Master He probably won't refuse. Qin Yaoguang calmly analyzed and turned on the computer. "I also have to prepare a secret laboratory immediately. After this, I won't be out for a long time to care about anything else." "Ha! Auntie Qin, how can you not come out?" Wen Shiyi looked at Qin Yaoguang in shock. "You're the director of such a big hospital." Qin Yaoguang turned to look at her and touched her round face. She smiled and said, "It's fine. I plan to make you the executive vice director of the Qin family's private hospital. When I'm not around, you'll have full authority to take my position." "Ha! Really?" Wen Shiyi was surprised and delighted. "Auntie Qin has nurtured me so much. I really won't be able to repay your kindness even if I die." Qin Yaoguang could be said to be the real benefactor in Wen Shiyi's life. Qin Yaoguang was very happy to see her so happy. She tapped her forehead with her finger. "Silly child, you're so capable and a lawyer. It's a waste of your talent to let you manage the hospital. Actually, you should go to the Senate and be the speaker. Auntie Qin, you think too highly of me. Wen Shi stuck out her tongue. In front of Qin Yaoguang, she was as likable as a cute little girl. I believe in my own judgment. Qin Yaoguang was very excited. When she thought about how she was about to get Gu Nianji's body for her experiment that had been interrupted for more than 10 years, her heart surged. It had been more than 10 years since she had published a top-notch academic article on biological genetics. More than 20 years ago, our Gu Qin laboratory published dozens of important academic articles almost every year. Cell, Science, and Nature practically begged our laboratory to publish them. Qin Yaoguang recalled the grand occasion of the past. Her face was flushed, and she looked several years younger. Ha! That impressive. Wen Shi hadn't been born at that time, so she didn't know anything about that grand occasion. However, she also said yearningly, that's a pity. If Nianji hadn't died, wouldn't you have been able to do more experiments? You can't say that. Qin Yaoguang chuckled and said mockingly, if she hadn't died, how could I have used her as an experiment again? Wouldn't young master he eat me raw? Wen Shi was stumped for a moment. She felt uncomfortable, but she didn't continue the topic. Then let's do it this way. I'll go find Qin Ziyuan and ask him to ask young master he for Gu Nianji's body. Okay, just say that I just want to give her a funeral. Qin Yaoguang began to draft the equipment, drugs, and manpower needed for the newly established laboratory. When Shi came to Qin Ziyuan's house and relayed Qin Yaoguang's request, she said regretfully, Brother Little Yuan, I can only help you and Brother Little Ning up to here. I persuaded Auntie Qin for a long time before she reluctantly agreed. As long as Nianji's body was given to her and she held a funeral for her, she wouldn't pursue Brother Little Ning's responsibility anymore. Ha! Really? Dean Qin really only wants Nianji's body. Qin Ziyuan didn't expect Qin Yaoguang to only have such a request. He couldn't help but have a much better impression of her. He could even empathize with her pain and difficulty as a mother. It's all my brother's fault. It's all my brother's fault. I'll help her find Nianji's body right now. Okay, you can go to the prison and ask Brother Little Ning where Nianji's body is. Of course, Qin Ziyuan immediately asked He Qingjian for help. He wanted to visit Qin Jining in the military prison. At the same time, he said that Qin Yaoguang had already softened. As long as Gu Nianji's body was given to her for a funeral, she wouldn't pursue the matter any further. He Qingjian was stunned for a moment, and his eyes narrowed. She really asked for that? Yes, Shi helped Little Ning plead. Qin Ziyuan had already planned to agree to Qin Jining's marriage to Wen Shi when he was released. He Qingjian's expression turned cold. Go. It's good to see Qin Jining. Qin Ziyuan didn't care about He Qingjian's expression at all. He packed his things and rushed to the military prison to see Qin Jining. When Qin Jining heard that he wouldn't have to be shot, he let out a long sigh and leaned back in his chair. He smiled bitterly and said, I don't know where Nianji's body is, but I know that young master he took her away in the end. Qin Ziyuan's heart sank when he thought of He Zhichu's attitude. However, at this point, even if he had to kowtow to He Zhichu, he had to beg him. Gu Nianji was already dead. Was he going to watch Qin Jining die? He didn't mean to kill her. It was just an accident. Therefore, after going around in circles, Qin Ziyuan arrived at He Zhichu's official residence in the afternoon. Young Master He, Dean Qin has already agreed. As long as we give her Nianji's body, she won't pursue Jining's responsibility. Qin Ziyuan looked at He Zhichu hopefully. Young Master He, I know this is Jining's fault. If you want to hit or scold him, you can hit or scold him when he comes out. But he doesn't deserve to die. Even if he's not my brother, I still think so. Of course, He Jichu knew that Qin Jining didn't deserve to die. Moreover, Qin Yaoguang was the one who had requested for Qin Jining to be shot. He Jichu just hadn't interfered. However, when he heard that Qin Yaoguang's request was for them to hand over Gu Nianji's body, He Jichu curled his lips and revealed a mocking smile. Is this her so-called maternal love? How cheap. As long as they hand over the body, they can spare the life of the person who killed her daughter. Ha! I don't care if you believe it or not, I don't believe it. Qin Ziyuan, he also felt that this request was too easy, but even if he didn't believe it, he had to believe it, because his only goal was to save his brother from the fate of being shot. Young Master I'm begging you. Qin Ziyuan had no choice. Finally, his knees went weak and he knelt down to He Jichu. He lay at He Jichu's feet, his heart incomparably sad. Young Master please give Jining a way out for the sake of us being cousins. He Jichu looked at Qin Ziyuan, who was kneeling at his feet, and sighed. This was what biological brothers should be like. Something had happened to his younger brother, and his older brother had tried his best to save him at all costs. But what about Nianji? She had almost lost her life. As her fiancé, he couldn't even redress her grievances. If he had known that he couldn't do anything, he might as well have let go earlier. She wouldn't have suffered this undeserved calamity. He thought about the call he had just received from Gu Nianji. She had thanked him with a smile on the phone and had even said that she was already recovering. He Jichu closed his eyes. He felt his eyes were dry and astringent. He was in so much pain and despair that he couldn't even shed tears. He clenched his fists and coldly rejected Qin Ziyuan. No. Who does Qin Yaoguang think she is? She can shoot whoever she wants to be shot, and she can release whoever she wants to be released. She has no right to interfere in this matter from the beginning to the end. This was today's 5,000-word chapter, chapter 1561, It's Better to Let Go Earlier. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are no more at night. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1573. Qin Ziyuan was stunned by He Jichu's words. He quickly asked anxiously, then what do you mean? Are you still going to shoot my brother? But he really doesn't deserve to die. He Jichu raised his hand and pressed it on Qin Ziyuan's shoulder. His almond-shaped eyes were dark as he said coldly, whether he lives or dies, Qin Yaoguang doesn't have the final say, and neither do I. Then who? Who has the final say? Your father. But I begged your father, and he said. Before Qin Ziyuan could finish, He Jichu interrupted him. Of course the victim has the final say. Qin Ziyuan's heart turned cold. He looked at He Jichu angrily. Jichu, my cousin hasn't offended you all these years, has he? You're playing with your cousin like this. You clearly know that Gu Nianji is already dead, and you still want her to have the final say. If you want him to die, just say it. He Jichu's tone was cold, and his almond-shaped eyes seemed to be brewing with snow. Who said she's dead? Who told you she's dead? Qin Ziyuan, his heart, which had just sunk to the bottom of the valley, suddenly started beating violently. You mean, she's not dead? She's really not dead. That's great. Qin Ziyuan wiped the sweat off his forehead, but he was still so happy that he started crying. No matter what, since the victim wasn't dead, then his brother's life was saved. You're good, He Jichu. How dare you play with your cousin like this? Qin Ziyuan punched He Jichu's shoulder and laughed with tears in his eyes. Do you know how anxious I was? He Jichu sat back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said coldly, who told you to come here and stir up trouble? No one told you that Jining would be shot. How can you be justified in jumping around and being used as a gun? Qin Ziyuan finally understood that someone had been messing with him behind his back from the beginning to the end. My brother won't be shot at all, right? Qin Ziyuan rubbed his head and sat down opposite He Jichu. The curtains in the room were not open, and the well-shaped ceiling lamp on the ceiling emitted a white light. It poured down from He Jichu's head and shrouded his face in shadows. He Jichu held his coffee cup with 2 fingers and said dryly, I told you, whether he will be shot or not depends on whether the victim forgives him. That's why you were blindly involved. But he's my younger brother. Tell me where Gu Nianji is. I'll go beg her myself. I'll agree to anything she asks for. Qin Ziyuan hurriedly expressed his conditions. What if she wants your brother to die? He Jichu scoffed. Don't be so sure. Qin Ziyuan choked for a moment and said with a bitter smile, Jichu, you don't understand how I feel. When I found out that my brother might be shot, I really felt like the sky was going to fall. My parents died early, and my younger brother and I were dependent on each other. We lived in an orphanage for several years before we were found by your mother, my aunt, and brought to the capital to be raised. If I can't save him, how can I face my parents in the afterlife? He Jichu was silent for a while, then said, I understand how you feel. That's how I felt when I saw Nianji get shot in the back and stop breathing in my arms. The sky is falling, and I don't want to live anymore. Qin Ziyuan closed his eyes. I understand. Jichu, Nianji is your fiancée. You've always liked her. Jining has gone too far this time. I'll teach him well. Maybe I'll let him retire from the army. He Jichu sipped his coffee and looked up after a while. I said, don't interfere in this matter anymore. I still have a use for Qin Jining. Someone wants to use him to stir up trouble. It's not safe to let him out. Qin Ziyuan's heart was still hanging in the air. He really wanted to see Gu Nianji. However, He Jichu said, Nianji has just recovered from her serious injury, so she can't be too tired. Don't worry, if she doesn't nod, Jining won't be shot. Qin Ziyuan quickly said, I just want to see her. After all, it was my brother's fault. As his brother, it's okay for me to apologize and compensate him on his behalf, right? Okay, you wait first. We'll talk about it when there's a chance. He Jichu was in a bad mood, but he reminded Qin Ziyuan, don't worry about Qin Yaoguang. Don't spread the news that Nianji isn't dead. After all, someone is waiting for her to receive her body and hold a funeral. Qin Ziyuan saw that He Jichu was fighting with his ex-mother. He rubbed his nose and said, so that's how it is. Looks like I've really been used as a gun. After Qin Ziyuan left, He Jichu called He Qingjian and said righteously, General He, please transfer Qin Jining's case to me. No one else is allowed to interfere. He Qingjian was delighted to see that He Jichu was finally willing to call him. He agreed immediately. Okay. I'll do whatever you say. I don't care about Qin Jining anymore. Do whatever you want. He Jichu snorted and said, and Qin Yaoguang, when are you officially divorcing her? He Qingjian immediately said, immediately. I'll get the people from the Civil Affairs Bureau to personally handle the procedures. After finally kicking Qin Yaoguang out of the He family, He Jichu was still unhappy. He said angrily, this woman is crazy. Why didn't I know she was so crazy before? He Jichu could no longer restrain her evil intentions towards Gu Nianji. Just thinking about it made him sick. He Qingjian also knew that Qin Yaoguang's condition was for Gu Nianji's body. He sighed and said, your mother was right back then. If the development of technology doesn't have laws, morals, and ethics, it won't be human progress, but a disaster. Back then, I thought Gu Xiangwen was the only crazy person. Now, it seems that all these people who only have science in their minds are crazy. Look at Qin Yaoguang. What has she become? When I first met her, she was still a smart and intelligent scientist who devoted herself to learning. Now, she has become a monster without any humanity. He Jichu's eyes flashed, and he changed the topic without batting an eyelid. Father, Nianji managed to survive this time. Don't worry about me and her anymore. If you do, I'm afraid I'll do something that will make you sad for the rest of your life. He Qingjian was afraid of He Jichu's threat. This son of his had risked his life to go to the other world to look for Gu Nianji. Now, if Gu Nianji lost her life on their side, he didn't know what his son would do. This time, Gu Nianji had unexpectedly chosen to commit suicide, and He Qingjian had also been severely shaken. He couldn't say a word as he watched the video of her resolutely dying. Children are all debts. He Qingjian shook his head. Don't worry, I won't meddle in your affairs anymore, but you have to hurry up. He was a father after all, so he couldn't help nagging. He Jichu nodded perfunctorily. I know what I'm doing. You're doing me a great favor by not meddling. He Qingjian solemnly promised that he and Gu Nianji would have the right to decide their relationship freely. Then he asked fawningly, Jichu, today is Christmas Eve. Our He family's Christmas ball is tonight. Will you come back? He Jichu grunted. You're already divorced, so of course I'll come back. He Qingjian was overjoyed. Then I'll get someone to decorate the ball hall again. By the way, do you want an invitation? I'll get someone to send it to you. You can invite your own friends, colleagues, and subordinates. The He family's Christmas ball was considered an annual event in the Huaxia Empire. It received more attention than their national television station's Spring Festival Gala. Although the ball wasn't broadcasted live, the people who entered the ball would walk the red carpet at the entrance. The major media outlets usually couldn't get invitations, so they could only take photos of the people attending the ball at the entrance of the He family's house and post them online to show off. In addition to the big shots of the cabinet, parliament, and military and their families, there were also a small number of invitations for outstanding people in the business, entertainment, sports, and academic world. The number of these people was very small, less than 50 people a year, so the competition in this area was very fierce. It was much harder than getting an invitation to the Oscars. He Jichu hadn't been here for the past few years and hadn't appeared at the Christmas ball. Secretary Lin had even used this opportunity to chat with him last time. One of the reasons He Jichu called He Qingjian was because of this Christmas black invitation. He nodded. I need some invitations. How many can you give me? Achu, don't talk to your old father like that. He Qingjian felt very sad. This is your home. Tonight's Christmas ball is your home ground. You'll be hosting it. You can have as many invitations as you want. He Jichu's voice softened a little. Okay, give me 10. I have some friends to invite. No problem. I'll get someone to send you 20. If it's not enough, I'll make it up to you. He Qingjian quickly called his personal secretary in charge of the Christmas ball and instructed them to fulfill He Jichu's request. He Qingjian's personal secretary naturally knew how important He Jichu was. Moreover, He Jichu was certain to take over He Qingjian's position in the future. He was their future leader. He might not curry favor with him now, but he definitely wouldn't make things difficult for him now and make him angry. Only a fool would deliberately make things difficult for his future leader. After getting the invitation, He Jichu called Gu Nianji. Young Master He. What's the matter? Gu Nianji put on her Bluetooth headset and continued playing the game as she answered the phone. He Jichu's voice was very gentle. Nianji, Qin Jining's brother, Qin Ziyuan, came to see me today. He said that Qin Yaguang gave him a condition. As long as you hand over your body to her, she won't ask for Qin Jining to be shot. Gu Nianji was so angry that she pressed the wrong button. The character in the game accidentally fell to the ground and turned into a box. Who does this Qin Yaguang think she is? How can she be so shameless? Is she trying to anger me to death so that she can inherit all of my inheritance? Gu Nianji was no longer in the mood to eat chicken dinner. She logged out of the game and said angrily, she still wants my body. Does she want me to die that badly? No, I can't take it anymore. Even if she's my biological mother, she's too much. He Jichu knew that she would be angry, so he quickly advised, don't get agitated. Besides, how could I let you suffer? I just wanted to remind you. Good reminder. Gu Nianji lay down on the sofa and crossed one of her long legs. She said lazily, I remember that I haven't made a will yet. I'll get a lawyer to come and make a will immediately. If I'm really angered to death by her, I can't let my inheritance fall into her hands. According to the inheritance law of the Huaxia Empire, Gu Nianji was considered unmarried and childless, so her first heirs were her father and mother. Her father was already a dead man according to the law here, so the only legal heir was her biological mother, Qin Yaguang. Gu Nianji was so angry that she wanted to hit someone when she thought that if she really died this time, then all of her things, including her body, might belong to Qin Yaguang. I made a mistake. Gu Nianji mumbled. I want to make a very detailed will immediately. The first clause is that Qin Yaguang can't get a single cent of my assets. He Jichu saw that she was still so lively, as if he could see her lively expression blooming in front of him. His mood suddenly improved, and he laughed. Okay, I have a lawyer's license. Do you want me to come over and make a will for you? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. I'll go to your place, okay? Didn't you say you were at a nearby base? Gu Nianji had checked the map at that place. It was where Huaxiaoheng Special Operations Forces base in Sea City was located in the other world. She had lived there for 6 years. Okay, I'll pick you up. He Jichu was now completely obedient to her. He had even restrained his young master's temper that he used to lose control of. Gu Nianji put down the phone and said to Lu Jin, Dad, I'm going to young master He's base to make a will. Lu Jin's heart skipped a beat. What will? You're just a child, don't talk nonsense. This is just a legal document. Gu Nianji pressed Lu Jin's shoulder and made him sit down on the sofa. Don't worry. Although I don't have as much money as you here, I've made a small fortune. Most importantly, I want to decide the ownership of my body. I can't let that be *tch trample on my body in the name of my biological mother. Lu Jin turned his head in shock. What body? What are you talking about? Gu Nianji didn't hide it from Lu Jin. Young master, he just told me that Qin Yaguang used me to negotiate terms with someone else. I can't take it anymore. Lu Jin was anxious. You want to go against Qin Yaguang? She can do anything. Don't do anything rash. I'll think about it. Gu Nianji promised Lu Jin. Dad, don't worry, I won't be rash. She's not qualified to play legal games with me. Lu Jin's expression was uncertain. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, Do you want me to stand up? Maybe she'll turn her attention to me. Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. Of course not. You finally got rid of that *tch. How can I let you go out and be disgusted by her again? It's okay, I really have a way. She actually didn't have much confidence, but she couldn't let Lu Jin worry. Her confident look had indeed convinced Lu Jin. After all, in Lu Jin's heart, both father and daughter were extremely intelligent people. If Gu Nianji said she had a way, then she definitely had a way. And even if Gu Nianji failed, it didn't matter. He would be responsible. If Qin Yaguang didn't even let Gu Nianji go, Lu Jin would drag her down with him before he went to hell. The two of them talked for a while before the doorbell rang. He Jichu stood at the door and personally came to welcome her to his base. Gu Nianji opened the door alone and smiled. Young Master He, you're really fast. It's not far, it's just next door. He Jichu looked her up and down. He hadn't seen her for more than a month, and the longing in his heart had gathered into a river. However, it could only flow quietly under the snow and ice. There would never be a day when he would see the light of day again. You're recovering well. He Jichu suppressed the emotions in his heart and smiled gently. It's just that your lips are still a little pale. Gu Nianji's lips were very plump. Now that they were slightly pale, it was obvious that they were white. Gu Nianji looked up and smiled. Then there's nothing I can do. I was injured too badly this time. I'm already very satisfied that I managed to recover to this state after a narrow escape from death. I never put pressure on myself. That's good. He Jichu nodded and led her to the base next to him. He Jichu's bulletproof car was surrounded by armed soldiers. A line of military vehicles opened up the way from the front and back, and they drove majestically towards the base 200 meters away. The cars in front had already entered the base, and the cars behind were still at the entrance of Gu Nianji's neighborhood. Gu Nianji turned around to look at the long line of cars and laughed in shock. Young Master He, isn't this too much? Do you have to put on such a big show? He Jichu said nonchalantly, that's a big show. Didn't you see the surrounding residential buildings? My snipers are watching the entire scene from all the key places. If anyone dares to move, I'll blow her head off immediately. Gu Nianji lowered her head like Lu Jin. Boss, you're so amazing. He Jichu rubbed her head. Stop fooling around. Isn't this all for you? Don't you know that she's waiting for your body? If I don't protect you well, how can I live up to that touching, motherly love? Gu Nianji wrinkled her delicate little nose and said with a fierce expression, I've had enough too. After I make my will today, I'll teach her a lesson. He Jichu immediately said, no problem. She just divorced my father. Gu Nianji, were the two related? Gu Nianji looked at He Jichu with a half-smile. Young Master He, even if she's still Mrs. He, do you believe me? I believe you, I believe you. Of course I believe you. He Jichu raised his hands and said with a smile, Her Majesty, Queen Gu's words are as good as gold. Young Master He, why are you suddenly so humorous? Gu Nianji rubbed her nose and looked at him sideways. You've changed a lot. He Jichu looked at her and thought to himself, if I can't change my heart, what's so difficult about changing my behavior? The two of them chatted and laughed as they arrived at He Jichu's official residence. Gu Nianji looked around. Although it was the same place, the buildings inside were completely different. Only the small hill not far away looked the same. She couldn't find the feeling of being there, so her mood dropped. She followed He Jichu into his official residence and began to draft her will without any distractions. They were both big lawyers, and this kind of will had a template. The two of them finished it in less than half an hour. She signed her name and made it in triplicate, and it would take effect. Gu Nianji kissed the will she had just made in satisfaction and said mockingly, Mom doesn't have to worry about my body anymore. He Jichu, he took out a stack of invitations to tonight's Christmas ball and said, Nianji, today is Christmas Eve. Our He family has a grand Christmas ball every year. Would you like to attend this Christmas ball with me today? Gu Nianji reflexively refused. Young Master He, that's not a good idea, is it? The Qin Private Hospital Group has 2 invitations. I wonder if Qin Yaguang will go tonight, He Jichu said casually. He Jichu said casually, but I want you to host and dance with me at this ball. Then, I'll announce that I recognize you as my sister. This was a public annulment of the engagement between the two of them in disguise. This was today's 5,000-word chapter, chapter 1562, Her Majesty, Queen Gu's Golden Words. A reminder to everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, especially the recommendation votes. There were no more at night. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1574. Ha! You want me to be your sister? Gu Nianji's big eyes, which had a natural contact lens effect, almost widened. Young master he, speak properly. Don't be so surprised. I'm timid, and I'm scared. My heart hasn't fully recovered yet. She couldn't stand such a sudden stimulation. She clutched her chest, feeling a faint pain rising from there. He Jichu frowned slightly and glanced at her clutching her chest. What's wrong? Has your heart not fully recovered yet? He remembered the power of that shot. Even now, he often saw her stop breathing in his nightmares. How can it be that fast? It still hurts when you're caught off guard. Gu Nianji patted it lightly and said embarrassedly, actually, you don't have to be like this. Since the Christmas ball is so grand, you can have fun. I won't be going. She had been locked up in her apartment for more than a month and was used to living with only 2 or 3 people. She was still a little unused to suddenly going to the He family's Christmas ball, which was bustling with noise and glamorous clothes. He Jichu put his hands in his trouser pockets and sat back on the windowsill. He stretched his long legs and his shimmering almond-shaped eyes sparkled. Tonight's ball will be the most watched place in the entire country. Everything that happens here will spread throughout the country as quickly as possible. If you don't want your mother to think about your body anymore, you can't miss this opportunity. Gu Nianji instantly understood He Jichu's intentions and glared at him. Young master he, you've learned bad things now. You're no longer reckless, but you know how to take a roundabout route to achieve the best goal. I've learned from my mistakes. I've already learned a few times, so I'm naturally more intelligent. He Jichu pointed at his head and smiled teasingly. How about it? Think about it. You don't have to make a decision right away. You can go back and discuss it with President Liu and the others. You still have 4 hours to make a decision. He Jichu looked at his watch. The other 3 hours will be needed to fly back to the imperial capital. In other words, there were still 7 hours until the Christmas ball began. Gu Nianji, it was undeniable that she was tempted by this opportunity. In order to get rid of Qin Yaoguang, she had specially made a will today, but this was only the first step. The most important step was to shut Qin Yaoguang's mouth and prevent her from claiming to be her biological mother. To her, she was only a biological mother at best, and a mother in the legal sense was much more complicated than a biological mother. She pondered for a moment and said, "All right, I'll go back and think about it carefully. I'll give you an answer in 4 hours." He Jichu planned to take her on his private plane back to the imperial capital. This was also the safest way. He Jichu walked Gu Nianji back to her apartment complex and patted her shoulder. "Don't make me wait too long." Gu Nianji nodded and watched He Jichu's silhouette disappear into the elevator before turning to open the door and enter. In the apartment, Lu Yuan also came. He sat on the sofa and looked at the documents in his hands. Lu Jin was standing in front of the window with a special pair of binoculars. He was looking out of the window somewhere. When he heard the door open, he turned around and his eyes lit up. "Nianji. You're back." It was as if they hadn't seen each other for hundreds of years. In fact, Gu Nianji had only been out for less than an hour. Lu Yuan sat on the sofa and said without looking up, "Lu Jin, wake up. Ever since Nianji left the house, you've been looking at He Jichu's residence with a far-infrared high-powered telescope. You're just short of directly connecting to the communication satellite to see what's going on inside He Jichu's official residence." Lu Jin wasn't ashamed of it. Instead, he was proud of it. He smiled and said, "Actually, I've always wanted to launch my own satellite, but Boss Lu was too cautious and refused to agree. Gu Nianji, this was too exaggerated. However, the telescope in Lu Jin's hand did look very tall. She was sure that Major General Hua and the others didn't have such a high-end telescope. Gu Nianji walked over with a smile and said curiously, "This telescope is so powerful. Can I have a look at it?" Lu Jin immediately stuffed it into her hand and said generously, "I'll give it to you. You can look at it however you want." It was great to have a father like this. Gu Nianji naturally tiptoed and kissed Lu Jin on the cheek. "Thank you, Dad." Lu Jin was dizzy from the kiss. All the blood in his body seemed to rush to his face, and his brain was about to suffocate from lack of oxygen. He was on the verge of collapse and quickly held onto the windowsill behind him to steady himself. Gu Nianji patted Lu Jin on the shoulder and asked nervously, "Dad, are you okay?" I'm fine. Lu Jin came back to his senses and shook his head to shake off the chaotic stars in front of his eyes. He said, "Good girl, did you go to Hijichu's place to make your will?" Gu Nianji nodded and held Lu Jin's arm as she walked to the sofa and sat down. Lu Yuan raised his eyelids and looked at Lu Jin. He said expressionlessly, "Lu Jin, are you crippled? You need someone to help you walk. I know you're jealous of me, Boss Lu." Lu Jin didn't hesitate to poke at Lu Yuan's sore spot. "You're already so old, yet you don't get close to women or men. You don't have any children. I'll see what you'll do when you get old." Lu Yuan scoffed and shook his head. He said casually, "What's wrong with that? I can be like you and artificially inseminate myself to have a child and retire." A knife stabbed into Lu Jin's heart. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan regretted it. He glanced at Gu Nianji, worried that she would feel uncomfortable. Because he had been mocking Lu Jin, he had forgotten that Gu Nianji was also here. However, Gu Nianji was almost as big-hearted as Lu Jin. She didn't think about herself at all. Instead, she smiled widely and said, "Then does President Lu have a woman he likes to provide egg cells for?" "Dad, do you know any unmarried women of the right age who admire President Lu?" This was the first time Lu Jin had bickered with Lu Yuan, and his daughter had helped him. He couldn't help laughing and said, "A woman he likes. Ha 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 ha. I guess she hasn't been born yet." Lu Yuan, he really wanted to sew this person's mouth shut. Gu Nianji quickly coughed and tugged at Lu Jin's sleeve. She changed the topic and said, "Dad, young master he just said that he wants to invite me to the He family's Christmas party tonight. Do you think I should go?" The He family's Christmas party. It's very grand and fun. If you want to go, then go. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Don't feel any psychological burden. Lu Jin patted the back of her hand and said with a smile, "But if you want to go, you have to be the opening dancer of the party. Otherwise, we won't go." Gu Nianji, Lu Yuan pretended not to hear Lu Jin's off-key suggestion. He put away the iPad in his hand and said amiably, "Nianji, do you want to go?" "I want to go a little." Gu Nianji used her right thumb and index finger to gesture the distance of a grain of rice. She frowned and said, "But I don't know if I can achieve my goal." "What goal?" Lu Yuan and Lu Jin asked together. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin, then at Lu Yuan. In the end, her gaze stopped on Lu Yuan. After all, Lu Yuan's suggestion was more objective, unlike Lu Jin. When it came to Gu Nianji, he didn't know how to write the word objective at all. "President Lu, do you know what my mother has done recently?" Gu Nianji started from the beginning. "She went around shouting that she wanted to avenge me, so she asked for Qin Jining to be shot. Then, when Qin Jining's brother, Qin Ziyuan, came to plead for mercy, she said that as long as young master he handed over my body, she would spare Qin Jining's life." Lu Yuan smiled. "So. That's why I was so disgusted." I really wanted to teach her a lesson so that she wouldn't use my mother's name to do things that were worse than beasts. Gu Nianji clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her face full of indignation. Also, what does Qin Jining's matter have to do with her? Why should she be shot if she wants to be shot? Is there any law left? Lu Yuan placed the iPad on the coffee table in front of him and reminded her, I've heard about Qin Jining, but I advise you not to make a fuss about it. Gu Nianji didn't understand and asked in return, why not? I thought this was a good entry point. Think about it carefully. How long has Qin Yaoguang been asking for Qin Jining to be shot? Lu Yuan told Gu Nianji about the matter patiently and meticulously. Gu Nianji was also very studious. Her dark jade-like eyes darted around slightly. At least 2 weeks. Has Qin Jining been shot? Gu Nianji shook her head. Of course not. If he's already been shot, what can she use to negotiate with Qin Ziyuan to do a favor? That's right. He Qingjian is a cunning man. How could he do whatever Qin Yaoguang wants? Lu Yuan tapped his finger on the glass surface of the coffee table. Look, in fact, she was the only one making a fuss and jumping up and down. After 2 weeks, there was no movement, so she had to find another gun to help her scout the way. Gu Nianji's eyes widened in realization. Ha! Are you saying that Qin Ziyuan also fell into her trap? Was he lured back by her? Most likely. Lu Yuan nodded. I analyzed it from a common-sense perspective. Qin Jining's department isn't an ordinary department. Qin Jining's case is all confidential. How could Qin Yaoguang have a foot in Qin Jining's case? But she's my mother. She speaks as the victim's mother, so she does have a certain amount of power and meaning, Gu Nianji said resentfully. Gu Nianji said angrily, I just wanted to catch her off guard tonight so that she won't be able to use my name to swindle people anymore. This is today's first update, Chapter 1563, probably not born yet. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Since all of you strongly requested at least 2 updates a day, even if you split the big chapter into small chapters, I'll do as you're told. There was another chapter at 8 in the evening. If there were more updates in the future, it would be 3 updates. Are you happy? Are you surprised? P.S. Thank you to the leader of Enigma Yangtze and 100 million chasing you for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1575. Lu Yuan glanced at Lu Jin without batting an eyelid, but Lu Jin lowered his head. He no longer had the smug attitude he had just now. Gu Nianji was still hesitating. President Lu, do you think I should go? Young master, he said he would invite me to dance with him and publicly announce that he would recognize me as his sister. Ha! Lu Jin suddenly raised his head, his eyes even rounder than Gu Nianji's. Do what? Sister. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin in confusion, then at Lu Yuan. She said resentfully, actually, when we were over there, young master, he had already said once that he wanted to treat me as his sister, but after we came here, he changed his mind. Lu Yuan smiled knowingly and said gently, that's not surprising. Our Nianji is so good, who wouldn't like her? This means that he hasn't given up on liking you. He had no choice but to give in to her over there. When he got here, he didn't. Your fiancé would naturally have other thoughts. Gu Nianji had been trained by Lu Jin to be much more thick-skinned recently. She could remain calm in the face of overwhelming praise and praise. However, when Lu Yuan said it casually, she suddenly blushed and tried her best to resist the urge to cover her face. Gu Nianji was embarrassed and modest. President Lu is exaggerating. I'm not that good. She thought silently that these two probably didn't know that she had spent a lot of effort to woo Major General Hua in the other world. Nianji is too modest. That's not like your father, Lu Yuan teased humorously. Of course my daughter is good. People who like her have good taste and intelligence. People who don't like her not only have bad taste, but also have problems with their intelligence. Lu Jin came back to his senses and quickly added, afraid that he would miss any opportunity to praise Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji pursed her lips helplessly and said, all right, all right. Your daughter isn't loved by everyone. Flowers bloom when they see flowers. She's just generally likable. Lu Yuan, he took back what he had just said. This father and daughter were really the same kind of people. Lu Jin's expression was matter-of-fact as he held Gu Nianji's hand and said, He Jichu wants to break off the engagement with you. Announcing that he would recognize her as his younger sister meant that he was going to break off the engagement. Gu Nianji nodded. Yeah, to be honest, he's always been good to me. It's just, we're really not compatible. I see him as an older brother, so I can't have romantic feelings for him. The corners of Lu Jin's mouth twitched. But if he wants to acknowledge you as his sister, will he Qingjian agree? Gu Nianji shrugged indifferently. He has to agree even if he doesn't agree. I believe young master he will make him agree. Lu Yuan laughed. Yes, He Qingjian's only weakness is his son. Whoever controlled his son would be able to control He Qingjian. Now, it seems that our Nianji has the potential. Gu Nianji quickly waved her hand. No, no. As long as General he lets me go, I won't dare to control him. She knew very well that this time, she had fought with her death to move He Jichu, not He Qingjian. In the end, he still couldn't win against her. A part of Gu Nianji's heart softened. For the sake of He Jichu's concession and letting go, he had left an eternal mark in her heart. Lu Jin lowered his head and calculated for a long time. He turned a deaf ear to Gu Nianji and Lu Yuan's chatting. Finally, he suddenly asked, Boss Lu, do you have an invitation from the He family? Yes, our Lu Corporation has 2 every year. Lu Yuan nodded with a smile. Secretary Lin and I go every year. What's wrong? Are you going this year too? Lu Jin made up his mind. If Nianji wants to go, I have to go too. Dad, don't go. Gu Nianji knew that Lu Jin had been hiding from the He family all these years and didn't get too close to his old acquaintances. Although he had undergone plastic surgery and even his voice was different from before, his style of doing things was too unique. If it was someone who was very familiar with him, after spending a long time with him, they might remember the genius scientist, Gu Xiangwen, who had an interpersonal disorder. Gu Nianji didn't want Lu Jin to be in danger again because of her. Lu Jin stared at Gu Nianji's beautiful face and insisted, It's okay. I'm just going to watch the show. I won't give myself away. Gu Nianji, something didn't sound right. She shook her head and insisted, Dad, you really don't go. President Lu can go with me. You can stay at the back and provide us with technical support, okay? Technical support. Lu Yuan didn't know what Gu Nianji wanted to do. What kind of technical support? Gu Nianji smiled and gestured for him to make a phone call. It's to monitor the scene and inform us in time. Lu Yuan frowned. But the He family's Christmas party has very strong security measures. Our company can't interfere at all. According to Gu Nianji's idea, she had to hack into the He family's mansion surveillance system. That system could be said to be one of the highest level security systems in the Huaxia Empire. Lu Jin smiled. That's no problem. I'll go hack into their security system now. Daughter, wait for me. I'll give you something good. He ran up to his room in high spirits. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Jin's back and scoffed. What a good second brother Lu. He's actually hiding it from me. President Lu, what do you mean? Why are you talking about my father like that? Gu Nianji pouted unhappily. Just like how Lu Jin protected Gu Nianji all the time, Gu Nianji also subconsciously protected Lu Jin. She didn't allow anyone to have any contemptuous emotions or attitudes towards him. If there was, she would attack them whenever she saw them. If it was light, she would make them doubt their lives, or if it was heavy, she would make them commit suicide. Lu Yuan was also very happy to see that the father and daughter were getting along well. He smiled and said, "Your father is so cunning. I asked him to test the He family security system in the past, but he actually said it was too complicated and couldn't be cracked. So it wasn't that he couldn't crack it, but that he wouldn't let me crack it. Gu Nianji needed him to crack it, so he immediately started." Gu Nianji was happy to hear that, but she still tried her best to put on a humble expression. She said, "No, President Lu is overthinking things. Of course my father treats me better. Isn't that only natural? You won't be angry, will you?" Lu Yuan, he had to admit that Lu Jin's daughter was really well versed in Lu Jin's teachings. He didn't lower himself to the same level as the father and daughter. He calmly picked up the iPad and opened the invitation system. He looked at the guests tonight and said, "It's really lively today. 100 more invitations were sent out than in previous years. It seems like it's to welcome He Jichu home. He hasn't attended the He family's Christmas party in 4 years." Gu Nianji was lost in thought for a while before she finally decided. "Then I'll agree to attend with young Master He." Lu Yuan looked up at her. "Have you thought it through?" "I just checked. The Qin Corporation has a total of 4 invitations. Qin Yaguang, Old Master Qin, Wen Shi, and one of Qin Yaguang's cousins are all going to attend." Gu Nianji frowned. "Wen Shi? Why is she attending with the Qin Corporation? Qin Yaguang just divorced He Qingjin today, and she's going to the He family's Christmas party tonight. Why is her face so hot?" Gu Nianji muttered. She couldn't help but want to give Qin Yaguang a thumbs up for her psychological endurance. Was it because people with thick skin had a stronger psychological endurance? Lu Yuan clicked on the information he had collected about Qin Yaguang and solemnly reminded her, a woman who was able to be good friends with her ex-fiancé's family for 30 years after her engagement was broken off, and a woman who used her own daughter as an experiment can't be treated with common sense. Don't underestimate your opponent just because you won against her once. She's also an outstanding medical and biologist. She was the first person to propose the theory of gene editing. She's only one step away from winning the Nobel Prize. This is today's second update, Chapter 1564, Forever Branded. Reminder, monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. I asked for the wrong vote this morning. I should have asked for a monthly vote, but I ended up asking for a recommendation vote. Good night, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1576. Her. She's so close to the Nobel Prize. Gu Nianji looked like she had been struck by lightning, which made Lu Yuan laugh. He wasn't young anymore, but after the baptism of time, his smile had a captivating charm. It was like an aged wine that became more fragrant the older it was. At that moment, Lu Jin came down from the second floor with a laptop in his arms. He sat down beside Gu Nianji. "It's the truth. If you don't believe me, ask your father." Lu Yuan raised his chin at Lu Jin. Gu Nianji quickly turned to look at Lu Jin, who had just sat down, and pushed his arm. "Is that so? Dad? Is she really that good?" Lu Jin sighed, which was rare for him. "It's true. Qin Yaguang is quite accomplished academically." To be praised by someone like Lu Jin, Gu Nianji believed that Qin Yaguang wasn't completely useless. She's indeed very inspired in biomedicine. Lu Jin placed the laptop on the coffee table in front of him and stirred his hands in front of him. He said with a straight face, especially after He Jichu was born and found out about He Jichu's congenital genetic defect. She tried her best to treat him. She came up with the gene editing method to treat He Jichu. What's gene editing? Gu Nianji asked curiously. It sounds very high-end. From a theoretical point of view, gene editing is the re-editing of the DNA fragments of the human body, removing the problematic genes and adding in the perfect genes. It can be said that it was the emergence of the gene editing theory that made it possible for the perfect human gene to move from theory to reality. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes at Gu Nianji and suddenly looked away. His hands were clenched into fists, and his arms were trembling slightly. He didn't want to say it, but seeing Gu Nianji's confused look, he felt that he should. Nianji, you're the first human with perfect genes that we've created through gene editing technology, but you're also the last. Lu Jin hugged his head and almost lay on his knees. Although she was mentally prepared for this, Gu Nianji was still shocked by Lu Jin. After a while, she touched the back of her neck and said in disbelief. Me? Perfect genes. Lu Jin hugged his head and nodded. He said in a muffled voice, you have the only set of pure human genes in the world, without any non-human components. You have to know that the current human DNA actually contains 8% non-human DNA. But you didn't. I removed all the non-human genes in your DNA and added intact, supportive human genes. This is still not perfect. As Lu Jin spoke, he gradually raised his head. After all, this was also a very cutting-edge science. For people like him, it was incomparably attractive. He looked ahead, his dark eyes shining. Nianji, did you know? A truly perfect gene was not only in being completely healthy, without the slightest bit of mutation, but also in being able to automatically repair itself when it was damaged. Allowing the human body's genes to automatically repair itself is the perfect genetic combination. This used to be the result of our research. In the beginning, we only discovered that your genes could automatically repair defective genes, so it was very effective for He Jichu's congenital genetic defect. But in the 4 years after I left, Qin Yaoguang discovered that not only could your genes repair genetic defects, but they could also automatically repair your own physical damage. Your genetic potential is even more perfect than we imagined. Gu Nianji's heart sank, and the smile on her face instantly disappeared. She had the most perfect and purest human genes. Not only could her genes repair damage at the genetic level, but they could also repair damage at the physical level. She finally understood why she was able to quickly recover from such a serious injury without the aid of medicine and surgery. This was her special constitution. It was no wonder that she had been rescued despite being on the verge of death from such a serious gunshot wound. In just over a month, all the wounds on her body had healed to the same extent as before she had been injured. There had been so many small shrapnel embedded in her heart. If it had been a normal person, they would have been dead by now. However, because of the powerful physical repair ability brought about by her perfect genes, she had stubbornly survived. The damaged part of her heart in her chest had been repaired to its original state. She stared fixedly at Lu Jin, her expression a little dazed. Dad, then tell me, am I still considered a human? She clutched her chest. Is the beating here a real heart? Lu Jin looked at her dumbfounded. He hugged her in his arms and stroked her head. He said anxiously, Nianji, what are you thinking about? Of course you're a human. Half of your genes came from me. I only fixed some of the imperfections in your genes for you, but that's not the main reason. In terms of genetic factors, I've given all my genes to you. His voice was loud and powerful. It was as if he had been enlightened and pulled Gu Nianji back from the brink of cognitive confusion. Her eyes turned from hazy to clear. Her big black and white eyes moved nimbly. She leaned into Lu Jin's arms and listened to his increasingly intense heartbeat. She smiled quietly. But it sounds like you've made a greater contribution. Why is Qin Yaoguang the one who's one step away from the Nobel Prize and not you? Gu Nianji looked up and asked crisply. Lu Jin looked down at her and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He let go of his hand and moved to the side. His gaze wandered as he looked around. Well, it's different for everyone. Why do you care? Gu Nianji looked at him suspiciously. Of course it's different. What are you hiding? Lu Yuan chuckled and said, you still can't figure it out. Nianji, because your father has already gotten it. Qin Yaoguang only came up with the concept of gene editing, but it's still a little lacking, so she's still one step away from the Nobel Prize. But your father has long been a Nobel Prize laureate, and he's won it twice. One time, he made a breakthrough in high-energy magnetic fields, and the other time, he invented a gene editing tool. Gu Nianji sucked in a breath of cold air. 2 Nobel Prize laureates, one in physics and the other in biomedicine. What was a genius? This was a true genius. He could reach up to the 9th heaven to catch the moon, and he could go down to the 5th ocean to catch turtles. Gu Xiangwen, who was here, used to be a genius scientist who was famous both at home and abroad, right? Gu Nianji suddenly thought of Gu Xiangwen, who was in the other world. He also had the potential to be so smart, right? But he had spent his entire life hiding his identity. Did this mean that people had different fates? Lu Jin saw that Gu Nianji was staring at him in a daze and didn't say anything. He felt a little uncertain, so he moved closer to her and whispered. Nianji, you weren't even born when I won the prize. I didn't use you as an experimental medium to win the prize. She was born after all of this technology had matured. The corners of Gu Nianji's eyes twitched. Did she care about this? Seeing that she still didn't say anything, Lu Jin became anxious. What's wrong? Don't you believe me? I can show you my Nobel Prize certificate. It has the time of winning the prize. It was 5 years before you were born. There's also a video of me receiving the prize in Stockholm. It was given to me by the King of Sweden. The 2 prizes weren't much money, so I've already donated them all. The Nobel Prize had exceeded the $1 million mark in recent years. Of course, to Lu Jin, it really wasn't much money. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and finally said, okay, I believe you. Right now. I'm just too shocked, and I'm also a little scared. She looked at Lu Jin's face and finally at Lu Yuan. She said expressionlessly. I feel like I've become Tang Seng's flesh, or perhaps I've become a ginseng fruit. How many people know about my special physique? Will I still be able to live until tomorrow? Lu Yuan stopped smiling and became serious. Nianji, you can doubt me, but you can't doubt your father. In order to protect you, he has used all sorts of methods over the years to erase all the data you left in this world. Even the fragments of your genes that Qin Yaoguang once left behind have been modified by him. As long as you don't fall into Qin Yaoguang's hands again, you'll be safe. Qin Yaoguang's ability to repair your genes is also in the testing stage. It's because she's not sure that she's doing everything she can, Gu Nianji continued sarcastically, that's why she's doing everything she can to use my body for experiments. Because Qin Yaoguang didn't believe that she would be able to survive such a serious gunshot wound. So as long as I show up tonight, Qin Yaoguang will know that my genetic repair ability is even more perfect than she knows, right? Gu Nianji calmed down and frowned. What should she do to give Qin Yaoguang a head-on blow and dispel her doubts and covetousness towards her? This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1565, A Real Genius. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. The monthly votes are over 3,500. There are monthly votes and additional updates today, so there are 3 updates today. At 1:00 in the afternoon, the monthly votes will be 3,500 plus updates. At 8:00 in the evening, the 3rd update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1577. Lu Jin saw that Gu Nianji was frowning and thinking hard, so he quickly said, I'll go. If I go, I can get her attention if I want to, so she won't be staring at Nianji. Lu Yuan sighed and said disapprovingly, that's not good. You've looked for many opportunities to get close to Qin Yaoguang over the years, but she's too vigilant. She's worried that she'll be plotted against and unknowingly hypnotized. She even has an anti-hypnosis chip implanted in her brain, so there's no way to control her. Then let's just destroy her body. Gu Nianji made up her mind and blurted out. Her expression was stubborn. She raised her chin slightly and didn't accept any retort. So what if she was her mother? When she thought about how this woman had used Gu Nianji for all kinds of extremely harmful physical experiments since she was 2 years old, just to test the extent to which her genes could repair physical damage, Gu Nianji wanted to do those experiments on this woman again from beginning to end. Give her a taste of her own medicine. Since she didn't treat her as a daughter, she wouldn't treat her as a mother either. Lu Jin and Lu Yuan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. If it were that easy, we would have done it a long time ago. Gu Nianji. Is it that difficult? She was very confused. Does Qin Yaoguang have a lot of bodyguards and guards? Her security level used to be only 1 level lower than He Qingjin's. Think about it yourself. Lu Yuan opened the iPad and showed Gu Nianji a diagram he had made in the past. Look here, every time she goes out, the security guards around her. Gu Nianji glanced at it and was immediately stunned by the little red dots that were everywhere on the diagram. There were so many people protecting her. She said in surprise, this woman is really afraid of death. Of course, she still has so many goals to achieve. How could she bear to die? Lu Jin pursed his lips. And she has several sets of bulletproof vests that I made back then. Gu Nianji, she had been thinking about using a sniper just now. No, don't think about it. Lu Jin's small phone made of bulletproof material could even block heavy sniper bullets, so the bulletproof vests he made must be even more powerful. Gu Nianji muttered, she's armed to the teeth. Are we going to use missiles against her? Don't think about how to deal with her yet. Lu Yuan saw that her thoughts had wandered so far, so he smiled and shook his head. It's better to think about how to appear tonight so that she won't be too surprised. That won't do. Her way of thinking was the same as Hu Xiaoheng's. They believed that the best defense was offense. I have to interrupt her combat effectiveness before she regains her composure to deal with me. Then what do you want to do? Gu Nianji thought about it. On the first day she came to the He family, she had cut off Qin Yaoguang's tendons so that she could no longer perform sophisticated brain surgery. Do my genes have a healing effect on other people's bodies? Gu Nianji suddenly thought of this question. She looked at her own hands. Her fingers were straight and slender, with no visible joints at all. She had been injured, but there were no scars on her body, and the wounds were healing well. If Qin Yaoguang knew that her genes could repair other people's physical injuries, she would definitely keep an eye on her. However, Lu Jin quickly shook his head. Your genes are very good at repairing other people's genetic defects, but it's impossible for them to work on physical damage. Ha! You mean my genes can only repair my own physical injuries? Gu Nianji's eyes lit up, and she suddenly felt like she had come back to life. In this world, there were very few people with congenital genetic defects like He Zhichu. However, for various reasons, there were many people who had their bodies damaged. Gu Nianji couldn't imagine what it would be like if her genes could also repair other people's physical injuries. Lu Jin explained to her, your genes can repair your own physical injuries. This process requires a complete genetic chain to work together. In other words, if other people also need to rely on genes to repair their physical injuries, they would need all of your genetic chain. And that's impossible. Because it's impossible for a person's genes to be completely replaced with someone else's genes. Gene editing was also a process of editing, eliminating, and replacing gene fragments. However, that was only a small part of the targeted replacement. It definitely couldn't replace all the genes. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That's good. Does Qin Yaoguang know about this?" "She's not even sure if your genes can repair your own physical injuries, let alone think so far ahead." Lu Jin knew Qin Yaoguang's way of thinking very well. The two of them used to be quite compatible in scientific research. Otherwise, they wouldn't have set up the Gu Qin laboratory together. At that moment, Gu Nianji felt like she had escaped death. Thank the heavens, thank the earth, thank the heavens that she had a father named Lu Jin. Gu Nianji stood up from the sofa and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. She looked out at the blue lake view outside the window and was lost in thought for a while. After getting rid of her biggest worry, her mind was clearly active. Soon, she came up with an idea. Let's stick to the original plan. I'll go to the He family's Christmas party with young Master He tonight. She turned her head from the floor-to-ceiling window and smiled. But I'll be in a wheelchair with an oxygen tube in my nose and an 4 drip on my wrist. I'll look like I've just been rescued from the brink of death. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed. That's right. Discuss it with young Master He and ask him to cooperate with you. Gu Nianji smiled and went to call He Jichu. The two of them talked for a long time and finally came to an agreement. An hour later, He Jichu came to pick Gu Nianji up on the plane. When he saw her fully armed, although He Jichu was mentally prepared, he was still shocked and almost stopped breathing. Gu Nianji was sitting in a multifunctional wheelchair. Her waist-length seaweed-like hair had been cut into a shawl. Her palm-sized face had an oxygen tube inserted into it. Her face was so pale that it was almost transparent. It was obvious that she had just recovered from a serious injury. She was wearing a simple black gown, and a thin neck chain peeked out from her collarbone. When she looked at him, her eyelids drooped and she looked weak. It perfectly explained the situation of someone who had just been rescued from the brink of death. Do you need to do this? If He Jichu hadn't seen Gu Nianji alive and kicking just now, he would have been frightened by her appearance. Absolutely. Gu Nianji patted her leg, which still had a soft ash-gray blanket draped over it. It matched her little black dress very well. He Jichu shook his head speechlessly and pushed her wheelchair towards the elevator. After exiting the elevator, a few guards walked over with bulletproof black umbrellas. They covered He Jichu and Gu Nianji and escorted them to the bulletproof car. Because Gu Nianji had discussed it with He Jichu beforehand, He Jichu knew that Gu Nianji was going to the imperial capital in a wheelchair, so he drove a large SUV that could carry the wheelchair directly. The group quickly arrived at the airport and boarded He Jichu's private plane to fly to the imperial capital. Their private plane had just taken off when Lu Yuan and Lu Jin also arrived at the airport and flew to the imperial capital on their own private plane. When the plane arrived at the imperial capital airport, it was already 5:00 in the afternoon. The He family's Christmas party started at 7:00 in the evening. He Jichu took her straight back to the He family's mansion. Gu Nianji had been pushed back in a wheelchair, and she had even slept. From an outsider's point of view, she had been sent in a comatose state. Qin Yaoguang didn't want to go to the He family's Christmas party, but her father had already reported her name, and she was throwing a tantrum. I said I'm not going. Why do you have to force me? She smashed an antique Tang tricolor horse ornament on the multi-treasure pavilion. It's because you divorced General He today that you should attend this party. Our Qin family has relied on ourselves to stand at the top of this country. You and General He will part on good terms. It won't affect our business relationship. Old Master Qin tried his best to persuade Qin Yaoguang. Stop fooling around. Go change your clothes. Qin Yaoguang was also very stubborn. She sneered and took another mutton fat jade tube from the multi-treasure pavilion. Without looking at it, she threw it on the ground. I'm not going. What can you do? Old Master Qin was so angry that his liver hurt. He grinned and said, Take it easy. This is mutton fat jade from the Song dynasty. You can't buy it even with money. Qin Yaoguang was about to mock him when Wen Shi knocked on the door and said anxiously, Auntie Qin. Gu Nianji has appeared. Where? Qin Yaoguang's gaze swept over. Is she not dead yet? No, but she hasn't recovered from her serious injury. It's as if she just came out of the operating room. She's in a wheelchair and has a nasal oxygen tube. She's been unconscious for the entire time. Wen Shi quickly told Qin Yaoguang the news she had heard. How do you know so clearly? It can't be fake news, right? Qin Yaoguang frowned. Of course not. Wen Shi's voice lowered a little. She quickly glanced at old Master Qin, who was standing next to her, and whispered, My dad told me. He saw it when he was building the bushes at the gate. Wen Shi's parents were both gardeners for the He family. Although she had been kicked out of the He family, her parents were still working as gardeners for the He family, so they weren't implicated. Because her parents' status was too low, they couldn't even enter the main door of the main house, so the He family didn't bother to kick them out. As when Shi spoke, she showed Qin Yaoguang a photo her father had secretly taken. In the photo, He Jichu carefully pushed a wheelchair across the flower path. The setting sun shone from behind him, shrouding Gu Nianji in front of him in shadow. Gu Nianji, who was wearing a little black dress, looked even paler. She leaned against the back of the wheelchair with her head tilted and didn't move at all. Not only was there a nasal oxygen tube on her face, but there was also a needle in her hand. Qin Yaoguang's pupils constricted, but she quickly relaxed and said nonchalantly, Since she's here, I'll go. She's my daughter after all. I don't know how she survived such a serious injury. This is today's second monthly ticket for 3,500 plus updates, Chapter 1566, Thank the Heavens, Thank the Earth. A reminder for everyone's monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. It was 8:00 in the evening. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1578. After Gu Nianji was brought back to the He Manor by He Jichu, she was sent directly to her own room. The room was heavily guarded, and only He Jichu personally took care of her inside. He Qingjian heard that He Jichu had returned and brought Gu Nianji back, so he rushed over. Ah Chu, you're back. He Qingjian's gaze swept past He Jichu's face and looked at Gu Nianji, who was sitting in the wheelchair. He couldn't bear to ask. How is her injury? What can I do? Why don't you try it yourself? He Jichu said bluntly without even looking up. Didn't you find a good doctor for her and successfully perform the surgery? He Qingjian had also heard about Gu Nianji's surgery at West Camp Hospital. Yes, if I hadn't found a good doctor, she would have been in the 5th or 7th month. He Jichu said coldly, I want to ask General He, are you satisfied to see her in this half-dead state? Was he going to use her as bait to catch someone? If there is, tell me now, and I'll catch him later. He Qingjian was rather embarrassed by his words, but he didn't dare to get angry at all. He said embarrassedly, How many times have you said it? I was wrong, okay. Don't worry, I won't meddle in your affairs anymore. He glanced at Gu Nianji's movements from the corner of his eye and felt both pity and regret. Gu Nianji had suffered such a serious injury. Even if she recovered in the future, her body would not be as good as before. She might not be able to leave the wheelchair for the rest of her life. Being shot in the back was most likely a spinal injury. He Jichu lowered his eyes, his shimmering, sultry eyes flashing. General, he is a man of his word. I hope you will remember what you said. I have my own plans. He Qingjian breathed a sigh of relief and smiled obsequiously. Good, good, good. It's good that you're back. I didn't mean anything else. By the way, I've already divorced Qin Yaoguang. I just completed the procedures this morning. Congratulations. He Zhichu raised his eyelids, and his attitude softened. He Qingjian choked for a moment and quickly asked, then you'll be hosting the Christmas ball tonight. Who do you plan to dance with? Gu Nianji definitely couldn't do it like this. He Zhichu replied without hesitation, of course it's Nianji. Ha! He Qingjian was stunned. Her. Can she stand up? He Zhichu looked back at He Qingjian and smiled wickedly. Who said you can't dance if you're in a wheelchair? I'll show you later. He Qingjian, forget it, he didn't want to argue with his son. Anyway, he could do whatever he wanted. As long as he was willing to come back, he didn't want anything else. At 6:00 in the evening, the road near the He family's mansion was filled with all kinds of luxury cars parked on the side of the road. All the well-dressed gentlemen and ladies, rich businessmen, high-ranking officials, celebrities, and academics got out of the cars. They all held invitations and walked towards the He family's mansion. On the evening of Christmas Eve, the temperature in the imperial capital had already dropped to -10 degrees Celsius. The cold wind was biting cold, making people feel bone-chilling. It was about a 5-minute walk from the warm car to the greenhouse in front of the He family's mansion. Everyone was so excited that they didn't feel cold at all when they walked over. In the greenhouse, there were staff checking and comparing the invitations, and there were also security personnel conducting security checks for everyone. There were simple stands on both sides of the greenhouse, which were prepared for the news media who couldn't enter. The media personnel carried all kinds of equipment on their backs. Some of them had even turned on a live broadcast to show everyone the grand occasion that happened once a year. The people who could appear here were the true top figures of the empire. Qin Yaoguang and Old Master Qin came over in a modified bulletproof Rolls-Royce Phantom. The car stopped, and the bodyguard sitting in front got down to open the car door for her. 2 other bodyguards surrounded her on both sides. One of the bodyguards even held a bulletproof black umbrella, covering her completely. Qin Yaoguang's expression was as usual. She was dressed in a Vera Wang custom-made champagne-colored lace evening gown. There was only one of it in the world, and there was no other one. Her figure was exquisite and curvy, and her waist was slightly round. However, given her age and the fact that she had given birth to a child, she had already taken good care of herself. Her hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head. Each 0.5-carat diamond was pieced together into the shape of a jasmine flower. It was embedded in the headband and circled around the edge of the bun. As she moved, the diamond jasmine headband around the bun on her head almost shone into a rainbow under the night light. Without a doubt, she became the focus of the audience. Old Master Qin was wearing a custom-made Armani suit. He had white hair and a youthful face. He was hale and hearty, and he smiled when he saw people. When he greeted them, his voice was loud and pleasant to the ear. Soon, he started chatting with a few old friends from the business and political circles. These people still didn't know about Qin Yaoguang and He Qingjian's divorce. When they saw her and Old Master Qin get out of the car, they were a little surprised. They surrounded them and asked carefully, "Old Master Qin, your daughter personally came to pick you up for the Christmas ball?" A few years ago, when He Zhichu wasn't at home, Qin Yaoguang was the hostess of the Christmas ball and hosted the dance with General He. Old Master Qin didn't shy away at all. He smiled and said, "We're all guests today. Everyone, don't be distant with us." All guests. That was interesting. The people who could come today were all smart people. They knew what the song meant, so they didn't ask any further. However, after they returned, these people all muttered in their hearts. Qin Yaoguang, the original hostess, had become a guest today. Didn't that mean that she was no longer a member of the He family? Did that mean that she was divorced? Qin Yaoguang felt like vomiting blood in her heart, but for the sake of a bigger goal, she still tried her best to endure it. She didn't show it on the surface at all. She followed the crowd to the He family's greenhouse. In a trance, it was as if she had returned to more than 30 years ago. She didn't give up and insisted on following her father to see He Qingjian and Qin Suwen's engagement ceremony with her own eyes. It was also on a winter day like this that at the He family's Christmas Eve ball, she wore a bright red silk qipao dress and an Indian ruby pendant on her forehead. She was dressed up in full swing and looked beautiful. However, He Qingjian's gaze didn't linger on her for a moment. He kept looking at the ordinary-looking woman beside him, as if she was all his treasures. That gaze was like a scar that was deeply engraved on Qin Yaoguang's face. After so many years, that scar didn't fade. Instead, it got deeper and deeper. Qin Yaoguang couldn't help raising her hand and touching her face. When Shi followed Qin Yaoguang's cousin out of a bulletproof Cadillac at the back, she took a few quick steps and came to Qin Yaoguang's side. Seeing that she was a little absent-minded, she quickly raised her hand to hold Qin Yaoguang's arm and whispered, "Auntie Qin, are you all right?" Qin Yaoguang came back to her senses and gently patted the back of her hand. She said lightly and mockingly, "I'm fine. I still want to keep my life and see our medical miracle." When Shi curled her lips and swept her gaze across the media stands on both sides of the He family's greenhouse, the people over there received her signal and quickly made their preparations. When Shi followed Qin Yaoguang and slowly walked forward. When they passed by the media stands, a female reporter in a dark red slim-fitting suit stopped them with a microphone and said very enthusiastically, "May I ask if you're Director Qin Yaoguang? I'm very happy to see you here. Your Qin Corporation's private hospital is benevolent and has saved so many lives across the country. I think the people of the country are grateful to you. Your medical skills are world famous, and you're also one of the best in scientific research. Over the years, you've published many academic papers on brain surgery in the World Medical Journal, and you're internationally famous. I remember that there was a brain surgeon in the United States who once said that Huaxiao's Qin was a peak that he would never be able to surpass. Your name is so well known that even the deaf can hear you. We are proud to have a doctor like you." She had spoken for a long time without asking a single question. Was this an interview or a speech? A female reporter next to him rolled her eyes impatiently. Qin Yaoguang, on the other hand, was in a much better mood when she heard this. She said humbly, "You're exaggerating. I'm not that good. I just did what I could. I hope that everyone will continue to support our Qin Corporation's private hospital. Our Qin Corporation's private hospital has the best medical team in the world, especially in the field of biological genetics. Soon, there will be a major breakthrough in gene therapy. Please wait and see." When Shi also said passionately and regretfully, "Our Dean Qin has always been down to earth and honest. He has a straightforward personality and is not good with words. Because he has devoted himself to scientific research, he rarely spends time with General He. In order not to delay General He, our Dean Qin has taken the initiative to give up his personal love life. I hope that everyone can be magnanimous and not hype up this news. Give our Dean Qin and General He some privacy." She cleverly beat up the media and also spread the news that Qin Yaoguang and He Qingjian had divorced. She tried her best to minimize the negative impact. Lu Yuan was sitting in a car not far away. He held his phone and saw the scene. He smiled and said, "This one Shi is quite a character. Nianji has a tough battle to fight tonight." He was wearing a Bluetooth headset and talking to Lu Jin. Lu Jin didn't come. He stayed in the apartment and had already cracked the He family surveillance password. He knew everything that was going on at the scene. It's fine. Nianji's target isn't Wen Shui. Lu Jin didn't think much of it. He switched the surveillance screen in front of him to the outside of Gu Nianji's room and waited for her to come out. This was today's third update, Chapter 1567, A Tough Battle Ahead. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1579. In Gu Nianji's room in the He family mansion, He Jichu draped the ash-gray blanket over Gu Nianji's chest and tucked it up to her neck. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and leaned against the headrest of the wheelchair. She looked like she was sleeping soundly. Many people in the family saw you when you came back. He Qingjian sat down opposite him, crossed his legs, and rested one hand on the sofa. Is it okay? Especially the He family servants. He Jichu said expressionlessly, I let them see it on purpose. Otherwise, how could I get the news out? Wen Shui's father thought that he had secretly taken the photo and that no one would pay attention to an ordinary gardener. Who would have thought that his every move would be monitored by the relevant people? He Jichu had learned from the spy he had planted in the Qin family that Qin Yaoguang had originally refused to attend the Christmas ball. In order for Gu Nianji to successfully deal with Qin Yaoguang, He Jichu had no choice but to make such a gesture. He swaggered back to the He family with Gu Nianji and said that he would bring Gu Nianji along. He knew that as long as Gu Nianji came, Qin Yaoguang would definitely come. And this news had been secretly taken by their own people. To Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shui, it would definitely be more credible. He Qingjian nodded. It's good that you know what you're doing. He looked down at Gu Nianji, who was sleeping in the wheelchair, and said to He Jichu calmly. That ace of the Far East from the KGB of the Soviet Union, Hu Shaoheng, the current deputy chief consul of Sea City, is also coming to our Christmas ball today. He Jichu, what's he doing here? He Jichu sat back down with a cold expression on his face. Doesn't their embassy usually not come to such occasions? Not every embassy could get an invitation to the He family's Christmas ball. How could embassies from more than 100 countries receive the same treatment? In the past, because the American ambassador had been a guest at the He family's Christmas ball every year, the Soviet ambassador, who didn't get along with them, had always declined the invitation. He hadn't expected that this year, the ace of the Far East would take this opportunity to represent the Soviet Union at the He family's Christmas ball for the first time as the deputy chief consul of the Consulate General in Sea City. They brought Dresden to the Soviet Union and kept him under strict surveillance. A hint of mockery appeared on He Qingjian's lips. Did you know? The only request Mr. Pushin, the leader of the Soviet Union, has for this traitor of the CIA, Mr. Dresden, is to immediately stop all his revelations. He Jichu, that was because Dresden's revelations were all favorable to the United States and unfavorable to other countries. Dresden is playing a loyal traitor. He Jichu's lips curled up, and his shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed. The CIA can be considered to have racked their brains to plot against other countries. He Qingjian nodded. It's obvious that Dresden's so-called traitor incident was a Trojan horse carefully planned by the CIA. They originally wanted to send him to our country to stir up trouble. However, with He Qingjian's suspicious personality, he immediately discovered that something was wrong with Dresden. He immediately refused to accept his application for political asylum and sold him to the Soviet Union. At first, the Soviet Union wasn't interested in Dresden, but for some reason, in less than 2 days, their attitudes suddenly changed 180 degrees. Not only were they extremely interested in Dresden's whereabouts, but they also showed great sincerity and sent over the true body of the KGB's ace of the Far East. He Qingjian and He Jichu both knew that the ace of the Far East, Hu Shaoheng, had shown his face in front of them. This person was considered useless. The Soviet Union had spared no expense to take Dresden away. After taking him away, they had locked him up tightly and prevented him from communicating with the outside world, let alone revealing anything to the outside world. What was their goal? Or rather, what was more important than the ace of the Far East that the Soviet Union would take the initiative to make such an exchange? He Ji-chu also felt that the Soviet Union might have hidden a deeper reason, but Dresden had already been taken away by the Soviet Union and was under strict control. It was impossible for them to contact Dresden now. But we didn't get nothing. He Qingjian was so happy that he forgot He Ji-chu's taboo. At least it proves that this ace of the Far East, Peter Huashaoheng, is the counterpart of Huashaoheng in the other world. He Ji-chu's expression darkened. You've gained a lot by using Nianji's life to verify it. He Qingjian smiled embarrassedly. Ah Chu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. He was too embarrassed to stay here any longer. He stood up and said, hurry up and get ready. You and Nianji can't just go out like this, can you? Is she still sleeping? He Ji-chu looked at Gu Nianji. Yes, I'll wake her up later. He Qingjian nodded. Then I'll leave first. There are a lot of guests outside. Their house didn't have a hostess today, and He Qingjian had to deal with the guests. After He Qingjian left, He Ji-chu also had to take a shower and change his clothes. He looked at Gu Nianji and flicked her forehead lightly. He said aloofly, stop pretending. My dad has already left. Gu Nianji adjusted her breathing and slowly opened her eyes. She looked at He Ji-chu and coughed embarrassedly. Young Master He, I'm really asleep. There's no silver here. He Ji-chu retracted his hand. Can you stay by yourself for a while? I'll go back to my room and take a shower. My room is right across from yours. Gu Nianji quickly said, okay. Please go ahead, young Master He. He Ji-chu had arranged for many soldiers to stand guard in the corridor to protect Gu Nianji's safety. He pushed the door open and said to the soldier at the door, no one is allowed in, including General He. Do you hear me? Yes, sir. The soldier standing guard at the door held the semi-automatic submachine gun in front of his chest and answered loudly. He Ji-chu walked into his room to take a shower. The corridor outside was quiet. The soldier standing guard almost covered the entire floor. Gu Nianji sat alone in her wheelchair. After watching the door to her room close, she quietly pressed a button under the armrest of the wheelchair. Her wheelchair was a multi-purpose wheelchair that Lu Jin had meticulously built. The button under the armrest activated the far-infrared detection scan. It could check if there were any secret cameras or recordings in the room. After a minute, the scan ended, proving that there were no secret cameras or recordings in the room. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and pressed another button to turn on the communication device with Lu Jin. A small display screen slowly rose from behind the wheelchair and landed in front of her. Lu Jin appeared on the screen and greeted her happily, Nianji. Are you okay? You didn't encounter any danger, did you? Did anyone make things difficult for you? Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. No, young master, he took good care of me. Her time was limited, so she tried to keep it short. She didn't have time to nag Lu Jin, so she picked the thing she was most concerned about and asked, Dad, I want to ask again, what's going on with the parallel world counterpart? Can't they really coexist in the same world? Gu Nianji had heard He Qingjian mention the identity of the ace of the Far East, Patero. She felt that she had to get to the bottom of this matter. Lu Jin was the real authority on this matter. He Qingjian and the others were using Lu Jin's research results. Lu Jin didn't know why Gu Nianji had suddenly asked this question, but he had always answered her questions. He immediately said, the parallel world counterpart, from the most basic point of view, is two organisms with exactly the same DNA. Only DNA is the only characteristic that can be used to confirm the counterpart. Because DNA is the physical indicator of the human body. The parallel universe only recognizes this kind of physical indicator. Let's put it this way. People on both sides of the parallel world can have different names, surnames, identities, occupations, or even nationalities. But as long as their DNA is exactly the same, they are each other's counterparts. And two people like this absolutely cannot coexist in the same spacetime. This is determined by the physical characteristics of the parallel spacetime. Fundamentally speaking, parallel spacetime is derived from the same spacetime, but they are not mirror worlds. Because from the moment they separated, they had their own development path. As time passed, people on both sides had different life trajectories, so not everyone has their own counterpart. Gu Nianji listened very carefully and digested Lu Jin's words word by word. The more she thought about it, the more disappointed she became. She said gloomily, so as long as there is a counterpart on this side, the people on the other side won't be able to come over alive. Yes, there's nothing we can do about it. Lu Jin sighed and reached out to caress Gu Nianji's gloomy little face on the screen in front of him. There's a limit to one's strength. Nianji, even Dad can't go against the laws of physics. The laws of physics could only be discovered, never created. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and was about to speak when she suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the door. She quickly turned off the screen that showed her conversation with Lu Jin and put it back into a hidden place behind the wheelchair. She then turned on the intercom and asked, "What's the commotion outside?" The soldier at the door was aiming his gun at an old woman with a wrinkled face. She was holding a bouquet of freshly picked flowers in her hand and said with a frown, "Sir, I'm the gardener of the He family's greenhouse. I bring flowers to this room every day. But young master, he ordered that no one is allowed in. Young master, he is talking about outsiders. I'm a servant of the He family. That doesn't include me." The old woman looked honest, but her words were actually quite sharp. Gu Nianji laughed when she heard this from inside the room. She said lightly, "I don't need flowers. Please go back." The soldier with the gun at the door quickly said, "Did you hear that? Miss Gu said she doesn't want flowers. You can leave now." The old woman blinked in surprise. "There's someone else inside. Is Miss Gu back?" "Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Gu. I didn't know you were back." Gu Nianji's voice came from the intercom at the door with a mocking smile. "You didn't know? Didn't you all see me when I came in from outside? Now you've exposed yourself." The old woman blushed and thought to herself that Gu Nianji was really sharp-tongued. No wonder she had always had a hard time with her daughter. She quickly nodded and bowed, "I'm sorry." She quickly turned to leave with the flowers in her arms. "Stop." Gu Nianji looked at the surveillance screen at the door and instructed, "Lock her up first. Let her out after the ball is over." "Yes, Miss Gu." The soldier standing guard at the door quickly stopped the old woman who had brought the flowers. After asking He Jichu for permission, he gagged her, tied her up, and threw her into an empty storage room. That night, the living room of the He family's mansion was decorated beautifully and magnificently to welcome the most distinguished guests of the empire. Wen Shi, who was wearing a beautiful blue brocade cheongsam, held a cocktail in her hand. She stood absent-mindedly behind a thick pillar at the entrance of the living room and kept looking at her watch. 30 minutes had passed. Hadn't her mother gone to send flowers to Gu Nianji's room? Why hadn't she come down yet? This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1568, Loyal Trader. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. I forgot to thank my leader, Momo Moshi, for the 10,000 reading points she gave me the day before yesterday. Mwah. There was one more update at 8:00 in the evening. Chapter 1580. It was almost 7:00. It was very cold outside, and the cold wind carried the cold air from the extreme north, sweeping through the deep winter night in the imperial capital. Wen Shi looked anxiously at the flower path by the door of the mansion, then turned around and went in. It seemed that something had gone wrong. She suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and walked back into the living room. This used to be a place she was very familiar with. After Gu Nianji suddenly disappeared, she took her place and lived here for a few years. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for her dream to be shattered. When Shi's gaze moved from the bustling crowd in the living room to the ceiling above her head. 3 crystal lamps hung from the ceiling in an equilateral triangle. The tubes of these 3 crystal lamps had been specially treated and had a soft light effect. When they shone on the guests' faces, everyone's looks increased more or less. The living room was very spacious, and there were a few pillars in the middle that were as thick as the door. They naturally divided the living room into several areas. There was a mural on the north side facing the door, but Wen Shi knew that it was actually a door. In the past, during the Christmas ball, General He and his wife would come out of that door to welcome the worship and cheers of the crowd. This year, He Jichu was back, and General He had divorced Auntie Qin. Who would be the woman hosting the ball? Wen Shi thought to herself. She separated the crowd and came to Qin Yaoguang's side. She whispered in her ear, "Auntie Qin, there's no movement from Gu Nianji. Didn't you say she's already here? Did your mother send the flowers in?" Qin Yaoguang had a smile on her face as she looked ahead, but her lips moved slightly as she spoke to Wen Shi beside her. Wen Shi shook her head regretfully. "My mother went, but she hasn't come back yet. I don't know what happened. Could something have happened?" Qin Yaoguang instinctively said, "Have you explained it to your mother? If something happens to her, she can't expose you." Because exposing Wen Shi was equivalent to exposing Qin Yaoguang. This was what she really meant. She couldn't be implicated. A trace of disdain flashed in Wen Shi's eyes, but she still had a sweet smile on her face. "My mother won't. Even if something happens to her, she won't expose me. I'm their only hope. They love me so much that they would rather die for me than implicate me." That's good, that's good. Qin Yaoguang retracted her gaze and looked at her indifferently. "If anything happens to your parents, I'll compensate you." Wen Shi felt a little uncomfortable. Although she had always taken her identity as a gardener's daughter to heart, they were still her biological parents, and they did their best to create all the conditions for her to obtain the best learning resources and fulfill her dreams. Qin Yaoguang, on the other hand, played it down like it wasn't 2 living human lives, but 2 discarded items. But Wen Shi also knew that Qin Yaoguang was such a person. Not to mention other people's parents, even towards her own daughter, wasn't her attitude terrifyingly cold-blooded? Thinking of this, Wen Shi felt relieved. Genius scientists probably had some quirks. Wasn't Gu Xiangwen, who was burned to death, also crazy? She glanced at Qin Yaoguang and smiled fawningly. "Auntie Qin, you're so good to me. This is because you have the ability." Qin Yaoguang smiled, and her plump lips curled up. "It's because you stood out. Otherwise, why would I bother with someone who isn't qualified?" Over the past few years, Wen Shi had gradually become her right-hand man, and Qin Yaoguang couldn't do without her help. The 2 of them spoke in low voices for a while. Old Master Qin asked his nephew to come over and invite Qin Yaoguang over. The circle they were in was a little more high-end than the one Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shi were standing in. Qin Yaoguang placed the wine glass in Wen Shi's hand and followed her cousin over. Wen Shi held the 2 wine glasses, just like the waiters who came and went at the ball. She was very embarrassed, so she quickly waved for a waiter to place the 2 wine glasses on his tray. "Miss Wen, long time no see." Just as she put down the wine glass, she heard someone greet her. When she turned around and saw that it was Xia Qingying, the niece of the Prime Minister, Xia Beiqin. She quickly smiled. Miss Ye. Long time no see. The two of them used to know each other because of the He family, and they were quite familiar with each other. However, when Shi had left the imperial capital with He Jichu, it was said that she had gone abroad, so her relationship with Xie Qingying had been cut off. Xie Qingying nodded at her. Miss Wen, do you know who will be hosting the dance tonight? I'm not sure about that. I'm also guessing. Wen Shi smiled at her. What do you think, Miss Ye? I can't guess. I'll just watch the show, Xie Qingying said. Suddenly, she heard the hall fall silent. She and Wen Shi subconsciously turned around. A man and a woman walked in from the living room door. Everyone was stunned. The man was tall and straight. He wore a fitted tuxedo, and his eyes were deep and reserved. His face was exquisite and beautiful, like a meticulous painting. Every stroke was just right. He was God's proudest work. Other men standing next to him were half-finished products that God had casually thrown out of mud. The contrast was extremely tragic. Wen Shi's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the deputy chief consul of the Soviet Union? It was said that his name was Peter. His Chinese name was also Hua Xiaoheng, but she had heard from Qin Yaoguang that this wasn't Major General Hua from the other side. This was their counterpart, Peter Ho. The first time she saw him at a diplomatic event, she was also a little surprised. However, she had experienced more than others, so she quickly calmed down. Now that she saw him again, she could already treat him like a stranger. So when Xie Qingying asked curiously, "Who is that person? Why is he so good-looking?" Wen Shi said lightly, "I don't know. I don't know him. Do you want me to ask around for you?" No, there's no need. Xie Qingying quickly shook her head and pouted. Look at the woman next to him. She's also a rare beauty. The woman next to Peter was Linda, who had just arrived from the Soviet Union. She was his female companion tonight. She was wearing a rose-red off-the-shoulder evening gown with a slanted front. Her entire left leg was faintly discernible from the bottom to the top. She was extremely beautiful and seductive. This man and woman attending together could really be considered the peak of beauty today. So when they entered, everyone was stunned. After a while, the living room returned to its previous state. Everyone began to brag and chat as if nothing had happened. Xie Qingying said, "Excuse me." She immediately asked someone to find out who the man and woman who had just entered were. The ace of the Far East was now the deputy chief consul of the Soviet Consulate General in Sea City. He had already participated in several diplomatic activities, and many people had seen him. Seeing that it was the Prime Minister's niece who asked, everyone gave her a general introduction. This is the deputy chief consul that the Soviet Union has sent to the Consulate General in Sea City. I heard that he's only 30 years old and is in the prime of his life. The beautiful woman next to him is his female companion. I heard that she just came from the Soviet Union to see him. The deputy chief consul, Peter, bent his arm and held Linda's hand as he walked in. His face was arrogant and cold. He didn't even bat an eyelid at anyone. This was today's second update, Chapter 1569, The Peak of Attractiveness. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1581. Needless to say, the deputy chief counsel was good-looking, and his female companion was also good-looking. Moreover, they were not Caucasians. They were all Asians, but they had the same deep facial features as Caucasians. The people in the living room had interacted with the deputy chief counsel of the Soviet Union before, and they quickly surrounded them. The entire dance floor was immediately divided, and two groups of people appeared. One group was pro-American with the American ambassador as the center, and the other group was pro-Soviet with the Deputy Chief Council of the Soviet Union as the center. Because the two people from the Soviet Union were much more good-looking than the American side, those neutral people also surrounded the Deputy Chief Council of the Soviet Union. As a result, the crowd on the Soviet side was much larger than on the American side. Linda held a cocktail glass and smiled as she exchanged pleasantries with the people around her. Her features were picturesque and lively, and every single move she made perfectly displayed what boundless charm and alluring beauty was like, causing the nearby men to blush and their hearts to palpitate, and they were on the verge of losing control of their penises. It was a kind of sexiness that was both inside and out. When the two of them first came in, some women took a fancy to the Deputy Chief Council of the Soviet Union and wanted to flirt with him. However, once Linda made a move, these women lost without a fight. With a true beauty like Linda, they didn't have the confidence that they could win the Deputy Chief Council's heart. Xie Qingying and Wen Shui both stood near the American ambassador. It wasn't that they were pro-American, but there were too many people on the Soviet side. They were too embarrassed to squeeze with others, so they could only stand over. The American ambassador, Hunter, had never been robbed of his limelight on such occasions before. This was the first time he had been slapped in the face, and by two young Soviet diplomats. His expression was very ugly. However, today was the He family's Christmas party. He didn't have to be so shameless as to openly argue with the Soviet diplomats. He could only hold his cocktail glass and blink at the female companion brought by the Soviet diplomat with a smile. He knew very well that the greatest humiliation he could give a man on such an occasion was to seduce his female companion. He didn't expect the beautiful woman with a sweet smile to turn around and raise her glass at him. At the same time, she also raised her middle finger. The American ambassador, Hunter, was instantly furious. The Deputy Chief Consul of the Soviet Union was the KGB's ace of the Far East, Peter Huishauheng. Although he did not directly stare at the American ambassador, he could clearly see what the ambassador had done. But he ignored him and whispered a warning to Linda in Russian. "Don't cause trouble." Linda restrained herself a little, turned to the UA ambassador, stuck out the tip of her tongue, and licked her lips. The American ambassador immediately felt his body tense up and almost lost his composure. He quickly looked away, no longer looking at the beauty from the Soviet Union. If he guessed correctly, that beauty was definitely not an ordinary woman. With such skillful flirting skills, she was most likely the famous Swallow of the KGB. He was an American diplomat and could not be fooled by the Soviet Union's Swallow. However, that Swallow was really too charming. If she came to seduce him, should he beat her at her own game, or would he rather die than submit? Just as he was preparing himself mentally, the hands of the clock finally pointed to 7:00 sharp. The clanging of the bell resounded in the hall, striking everyone's ears with a penetrating force. Everyone quickly stopped talking. Some even held their breaths, quietly waiting for the He family's host to arrive. The 3 crystal lamps hanging from the ceiling gradually dimmed, but the hall did not become pitch black. Instead, bits of starlight shone through the tulle curtains. Of course, how could there be such bright natural starlight at the end of December in the imperial capital? These were all artificial starlight outside the hall, shining in through the special curtain material. In the half-light and half-darkness, the huge mural arch on the north side quietly opened to both sides. A ray of light shone out from the door. A tall and handsome man pushed a wheelchair and slowly walked out of the soft light. The faint sound of Christmas music followed, and the air was filled with a cheerful festive atmosphere. Everyone's mood relaxed, and they couldn't help but smile. Then, the 3 crystal lamps on the ceiling lit up one after another. The outline of the hall was revealed bit by bit under the light. At this moment, everyone clearly saw the handsome man who walked out of the mural arch and the beautiful woman in the wheelchair he was pushing. This man was He Zhichu, the only son of He Qingjian, the head of the He family. He was also wearing a custom-made black tuxedo. There was no small bow tie under his neck, and his white shirt was slightly open at the collar. He looked elegant and unruly. He didn't look at the guests in the hall. Instead, he lowered his eyes and focused on the young girl sitting in the wheelchair. He bent down to put a thin ash-gray blanket on her knees. The young girl was wearing a simple but well-cut black dress. Her shoulder-length hair was draped over her shoulders. She didn't have any other jewelry on her body, only a pink diamond crown on her head. The crystal lights in the living room were completely lit up. The pink diamond crown on the young girl's head emitted a colorful rainbow under the soft crystal lights, like a curved rainbow rising behind her. The sound of gasps rose and fell in the hall, and some people even exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was a knowledgeable person. At a glance, they could tell that the pink diamond crown was not only valuable, but it was also priceless. It was an antique, a cultural relic, but it was casually worn on the young girl's head as if it was an ordinary hairband. Looking at the young girl's appearance, her face was pale and bloodless. Her lips were a faint red, like a cherry blossom petal that had fallen into the water and revealed a little bit of red. There was a transparent nasal oxygen tube inserted into her nose. It was obvious that she had just recovered from a serious illness. However, she blinked slightly, and her big eyes seemed to have light in them. She glanced at the hall indifferently, and her gaze was even more charming than that of the Soviet beauty just now. However, she didn't seem to know how seductive she was. Her eyes were calm and refreshing. It was even more intoxicating than a straightforward desire. This young girl was, of course, Gu Nianji. She wore the pink diamond crown that He Jichu had specially taken out, and her emotions were mixed. In the other world, there was also an identical pink diamond crown. It was a 1-year-old birthday present that Gu Xiangwen had bought for his daughter, Gu Nianji. But in this world, this pink diamond crown was a betrothal gift from the He family. No wonder He Jichu had such an expression when he saw the pink diamond crown. He Jichu glanced at Gu Nianji again. Seeing that she wasn't feeling any discomfort, he looked up at the crowd in the hall and said with a faint smile, "Welcome to the He family's Christmas party. Long time no see. How is everyone?" His voice spread through the Bluetooth headset's amplifier to the entire audience. It was clear, natural, and powerful. "Young Master He, long time no see. Young Master He, you look so radiant today. Young Master He, is the happy occasion approaching?" Some of He Jichu's friends rushed over and stood 2 meters away from them. They smiled and waved in greeting. They weren't familiar with the grown-up Gu Nianji, but they all recognized the pink diamond crown on her head. They had all attended the He family's grand engagement party. Although they had teased He Jichu for raising a little child bride, at that time, when the He family took out the historic pink diamond crown, no one said anything like that again. This priceless pink diamond crown already represented the He family's greatest sincerity. No matter how picky they were, they couldn't say anything bad about it. Not far away, Qin Yaguang, who was standing next to Old Master Qin, trembled and almost froze. She stared at Gu Nianji, who was smiling silently in the wheelchair. She could hardly believe her eyes. Although this girl was pale and weak, and although she was still connected to a transparent nasal oxygen tube, there was no doubt that she had recovered and her life was no longer in danger. How did Gu Nianji survive without the best cardiac surgeon to perform the surgery? Didn't they say that she had been unconscious when she came? She had thought that she was already at the end of her tether and was about to die. Could it be that her physique was really so strong that she could even heal such a serious gunshot wound on her own? The doctors and nurses at West Camp Hospital in H City all said that young Master He had hired a very skilled doctor to perform a very successful surgery on the seriously injured patient. However, Qin Yaguang still didn't believe that the doctor was so capable that he could snatch Gu Nianji back from the Grim Reaper. So now that she saw Gu Nianji alive and well, Qin Yaguang only had one explanation: and that was that Gu Nianji's own physique had developed to a new level in the past 14 years that she didn't know about. No, it should be said that it had evolved to a new level. Qin Yaoguang's eyes burned with passion. She clenched her fists and thought that this time, nothing could stop her plan. Her eyes suddenly turned red. She staggered through the crowd and pounced on He Zhichu and Gu Nianji. She started to cry as she sobbed and said loudly, "Nianji. Nianji. Is that you? My daughter. I thought your gunshot wound wouldn't heal. Who could survive an anti-material sniper rifle? You're a miracle. You're the greatest miracle in my life." This was the first update of the day, chapter 1570, You're the greatest miracle in my life. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There was one more update at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1582. She had actually pounced on her so quickly. It was half an hour earlier than she had expected. Qin Yaoguang didn't seem like someone who couldn't keep her cool, so how anxious was she? Gu Nianji sighed in her heart and slowly raised her head. Her smile and silent expression instantly became sharp, like a sharp sword that had just been unsheathed, or a treasured knife that had just been sharpened. The 3-foot-long edge suddenly grew, as if a cold light was shooting out of her jade-like eyes. She didn't say a word. She only raised her eyes and made Qin Yaoguang, who had just pounced on her, stop in her tracks. But very quickly, her gaze softened, and the cold and murderous aura from before disappeared without a trace. When she completely raised her head, her face had already appropriately revealed a confused expression. There was also a trace of fear and terror that naturally appeared on her palm-sized face. It made people unable to help but feel pity for her. Gu Nianji shrunk into the back of her wheelchair and whispered, "Young Master He, who is she?" Her voice was very weak and seemed to be out of breath, but it was also clearly transmitted throughout the hall through the Bluetooth headset she was wearing. With just this one sentence, he had changed the main point of the conversation. Qin Yaoguang's question, "Who else can survive under the assault of an anti-material rifle?" was almost completely forgotten by everyone. Everyone's attention instantly shifted to the relationship between the mother and daughter. At least a third of the people in the hall knew that Gu Nianji was He Zhichu's fiancée. They also knew that she was Qin Yaoguang's daughter. They also knew that she had suddenly disappeared at the birthday party 8 years ago. 8 years later, He Zhichu had finally found her. But when she opened her mouth, she didn't seem to know Qin Yaoguang at all. Not only was Qin Yaoguang stunned, but everyone in the hall was also stunned. Only He Zhichu's expression was calm. He looked down at Gu Nianji and said calmly, "Haven't you remembered yet?" Gu Nianji shook her head and furrowed her beautiful brows. She sized up Qin Yaoguang, who was standing below the stage, and said politely, "Hello, may I ask who you are? Have you mistaken me for someone else?" Qin Yaoguang narrowed her eyes and wondered what Gu Nianji was up to. She clearly knew that she was her biological mother. Did she still want to deny her biological mother? Qin Yaoguang's expression turned cold. She had all the evidence to prove that she was her biological mother, yet she still wanted to deny it. No matter how much He Zhichu hated her, he couldn't deny this. Qin Yaoguang's eyes flashed, and she said seriously, "Nianji, do you really not remember me?" "Sigh, it seems like your injury is really serious. I told you not to find a random doctor to operate on you. Look at the sequelae." Gu Nianji felt very uncomfortable when she heard that. Where did this pheasant come from? How dare he talk about others? She rudely interrupted her and said in a low voice, "Please don't insult other people's profession. May I ask what your occupation is, madam? Why did you call the doctor who saved me a fake doctor?" He Zhichu put his hands in the pockets of his tuxedo and stood leisurely to the side. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and his shimmering almond-shaped eyes shone with a charming light. He raised his chin with interest. She's also a doctor. She's the director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital group, a brain surgeon expert, Qin Yaoguang. So it's Dean Qin. Gu Nianji's tone softened, and she smiled slightly. I see. I'll take it that you're in the same line of work. It's understandable, but you're openly calling someone a fake doctor. That's too much. That's too vulgar. Qin Yaoguang blushed a little, but she still said righteously, I'm just that straightforward. I don't beat around the bush. Oh, so that's really an earthworm that has become a spirit. Gu Nianji laughed. Dean Qin, you're so funny. The people in the hall couldn't help laughing. The tense atmosphere from before instantly collapsed. Qin Yaoguang was annoyed by her words, but these words that she hated so much also made her realize that Gu Nianji was pretending to be stupid. Pretending to have amnesia. It seemed like she really wanted to get rid of her biological mother. Qin Yaoguang felt even more pressured. If Gu Nianji used the He family's power and insisted on drawing a clear line with her, what could she do? Then there was really nothing she could do. But what about her plans, her research, and the results of her research? And what about her lifelong happiness and her last chance to win back He Qingjian? Qin Yaoguang regretted being so harsh on her. She might as well be a loving mother first. Perhaps it would be more possible. But now that things had come to this, it was too late to regret it. Besides, she really didn't have any mother-daughter feelings for her, so why pretend to be kind? Qin Yaoguang clenched her fists and tried her best to control herself. She suppressed the anger in her heart and said kindly, Child, you used to tease your mommy like this, and you said it again today. Forget it, I won't lower myself to your level, but are your injuries really okay? I heard that it was an anti-material rifle that can penetrate armor. If it hits a person, even an Iron Man would be torn to pieces. Gu Nianji cursed Qin Yaoguang in her heart for being both vicious and stupid. She was courting death by saying that she was injured in public. She continued to be confused. Dean Qin, may I ask what you're talking about? What anti-material rifle? I don't understand. She tilted her head to look at He Zhichu beside her and asked with a puzzled expression, Young Master He, wasn't I cut with a knife? Why did Dean Qin insist that it was an anti-material rifle? He Zhichu nodded and said with a faint smile, I'm also very curious. Nianji was cut by a criminal more than a month ago and was hospitalized for more than a month. She was just able to sit up. Dean Qin suddenly said that she was hit by an anti-material rifle. TSK, do you know what an anti-material rifle is? Qin Yaoguang's heart sank completely. He Zhichu was going to collude with Gu Nianji and lie in public. She clearly remembered He Qingjian telling her that Gu Nianji had been hit by an anti-material rifle and needed to find a good cardiac surgeon to perform the surgery. How did it become cut by a knife after more than a month? There were so many high-ranking people in the hall looking at her with interest. Qin Yaoguang's back straightened even more. She couldn't stand being publicly slandered like this and questioning her professional ethics. However, He Qingjian was the one who had told her about this. She definitely couldn't drag He Qingjian into this. She cursed Gu Nianji in her heart for being cunning and despicable. With a cold face, she said vaguely, Of course I know. That's why I was surprised. I wanted to know how she was cured. She clearly had to die, but young master He denied it with her. I don't know what to say. Do I have to tell you who told me personally? Tell me, who told you personally? Gu Nianji calmly led her. That operation was a military secret. Qin Yaoguang shouldn't have known that Qin Jining was a sniper at all. Gu Nianji wanted to see how vicious and stupid Qin Yaoguang could be to reveal the military's military secret in public. Qin Yaoguang realized that Gu Nianji was provoking her. The name He Qingjian lingered in her mouth a few times, and the muscles on her face twitched. In the end, her rationality prevailed over her emotions. She glared at Gu Nianji and said through gritted teeth. Right? Then I remembered wrongly. So it wasn't an anti-material rifle. It was a knife wound. Gu Nianji chuckled and tilted her head. She said playfully, huh? Dean Qin seemed to be very disappointed. Could it be that in Dean Qin's heart, he wanted me to be hit by an anti-material rifle instead of a knife wound? I can assure you that it's really painful to be cut by a knife. My back is so injured that I can't even see anyone. She grimaced again and smiled. I remember that Dean Qin just said that I'm your daughter and the greatest miracle in your life. TSK, do you really want the greatest miracle in your life to die an unnatural death? Gu Nianji's voice was gentle and melodious. The high-definition sound of the Bluetooth headset reverberated in the hall, and it was exceptionally clear. It made Qin Yaoguang's facial muscles twitch. Her expression was ferocious, and she was on the verge of exploding. Everyone in the hall recalled Qin Yaoguang's sobbing, motherly call and couldn't help exchanging a tacit look. Without waiting for Qin Yaoguang to react, Gu Nianji said calmly, however, if you insist that I'm your daughter, then so be it. Anyway, I was sent to the He family from the age of 6 until I'm 20 years old. In the past 14 years, as a mother, you haven't done your duty as a mother for a single day. Even if I didn't lose my memory, it would be normal for me not to remember you. When Shi saw that the situation was not looking good, so she quickly stepped forward to support Qin Yaoguang, who was on the verge of collapse. She smiled gently and said, Nianji, don't say that. Auntie Qin sent you to the He family for your own good. Otherwise, how could you have gotten engaged to young Master He? Right? Besides, there are all kinds of parents in the world. No matter what, Auntie Qin is your biological mother. Now that you've grown up, you've forgotten who gave birth to you. That's not good. You can't be unfilial. Gu Nianji coughed lightly. She clutched her chest and lowered her head. She said awkwardly, can you two speak in unison before you speak? You want me to be filial to her, and she wants me to die for her to see. So you mean that in order to be filial to her, I have to die for her to see? Otherwise, I'm unfilial. Is that what you mean? Why do you want me to die? Is it for her? If you want her to be your mother, you can take it. I don't need it. I really don't remember. Gu Nianji rubbed her head and was about to cry. When Shi looked at Gu Nianji with a livid expression. She knew that this woman was good at pretending to be innocent and distorting the truth because of her young age. She looked at He Jichu and opened her mouth. She really wanted to expose Gu Nianji's hypocrisy and viciousness. He Jichu didn't even look at her. He bent down to comfort Gu Nianji. He Jichu patted her on the shoulder and straightened up. He nodded to everyone in the hall. Sorry for the embarrassment. I wanted to take this opportunity to announce something to everyone today. He looked at Gu Nianji with an infinitely affectionate gaze, but his voice was cold and clear. Every word seemed to be dug out from the bottom of his heart with a knife. From today onwards, Gu Nianji is my sister. Whoever bullies her is bullying me, He Jichu, and the He family. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1571, Countering Every Move. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Looking at the monthly votes, it was very likely that there would be a third update tomorrow. Good night, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1583. Everyone in the hall was silent for a few minutes, then there was an uproar. It was like a drop of ice water falling into a hot pan of oil. The oil splashed everywhere. Everyone was stunned by He Jichu's words. Wasn't Gu Nianji his fiancée? Look at the pink diamond crown on her head that symbolized the betrothal gift. That was a pink diamond crown of great historical significance. It had once been a betrothal gift from Empress Catherine of Tsarist Russia's mother-in-law. Yes, Catherine had once been the Empress of Tsarist Russia. She had staged a coup and deposed her husband, Peter III, then ascended the throne herself. He Jichu's gaze also fell on the pink diamond crown on Gu Nianji's head. He smiled and continued, "This pink diamond crown is the proof of us siblings. Nianji, are you willing to call me brother?" Although Gu Nianji had already known that He Jichu was planning to do this, when he actually said it in front of so many people, her eyes couldn't help turning red. She knew that he was doing this to force himself not to go back on his word. Gu Nianji quickly nodded and looked up with admiration. "Brother, I've always hoped that you would be my brother. Today, my dream has finally come true." He Qingjian, who was standing in a room on the second floor and watching the commotion in the hall, instantly blushed. What the hell were these two doing? Ah Chu had actually given up on Gu Nianji. He Qingjian was so angry in the room that he paced around, but he had a trace of rationality. He didn't go down and ask the two of them for an explanation. They were all at his house anyway. If they didn't explain things clearly tonight, he wouldn't let them out of the house. He stared at the hall on the first floor from the one-sided window. At that moment, he heard the music in the hall, and the party began. "Last Christmas I gave you me heart. But the very next day I gave it away. This year to Savima from ter Zilgevita so me own a special. Merry Christmas." Irrepetitive sent it with an odd saying, "I love you, Imi antit. Now ik no watiful I've been beautifika said manoik no yud full megan. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart. You toss it aside the next day. This year I will not cry, I will give my heart to others. This year, I saw you again and gave you another note saying, I love you. I truly love you. Now I know that I'm willing to be deceived by you. Please give me a chance to be deceived by you." It's an old song, last. Although it was a Christmas song, it was a love song that could not be obtained. He Qingjian's gaze gradually deepened. He watched He Jichu extend his hand to Gu Nianji, who was in the wheelchair. Gu Nianji smiled and held his hand as he led her around the center of the hall. The wheelchair she was in was extraordinarily flexible. He Jichu turned off their Bluetooth headsets. His tall and handsome figure circled around her wheelchair and danced with her. Forward, backward, his left leg stepped forward, and his right leg bent. Soon, he caught up with his front leg. Gu Nianji's wheelchair flew up from his spinning. For a moment, he switched it to her left hand, and for a moment, he switched it to her right hand. It was like dancing with a little robot. Gu Nianji was finally happy. Her crisp and soft laughter echoed in the hall. It was in time with the music, and even the sad Christmas dance music became lively. He Jichu curled his lips and gestured to the people around the hall, indicating that everyone could dance. Soon, couples slid into the center of the dance floor and began to dance. They all politely left the center of the dance floor to Gu Nianji and He Jichu. After all, Gu Nianji was in a wheelchair, so she needed more space. But not long after, a pair of extremely good-looking male and female dance partners jumped over. It was the Deputy Chief Consul of the Soviet Union, the ace of the Far East, Peter, and his dance partner, Linda. The beautiful Linda's dancing skills were outstanding, but Peter was actually on par with her. The two of them spun and danced, their coordination perfect. But just as they were about to jump to He Jichu and Gu Nianji's side, Linda suddenly patted He Jichu on the shoulder. He Jichu subconsciously turned around. Linda had already pulled his hand around her waist with one hand and held his other hand with the other. Her move wasn't simple. It wasn't a ballroom dance move at all. It was a small grappling technique. He Jichu didn't notice it and was actually successfully disrupted by her. He jumped away with her. The ace of the Far East took the opportunity to snatch Gu Nianji's wheelchair from him. Gu Nianji instantly found herself in a frenzy of spinning. In He Jichu's hands, they danced harmoniously and happily. But in the hands of the ace of the Far East, they danced crazily and excitedly. In the end, Gu Nianji was even picked up from the wheelchair by the ace of the Far East. She leaned against his arms and stood on his feet. He held her waist with one hand and held her hand with the other. They danced the tango to the fast-paced Christmas dance music in the ballroom. Because she couldn't walk on her own, Gu Nianji's entire weight was in the hands of the ace of the Far East. He carried her and walked like a cat. When he was slow, he was steady and unhurried. When he was fast, he was passionate. He pushed and pulled, looked left and right, looked back every 3 steps, bent his waist every 5 steps, and moved forward and backward. She could feel the heat rising from his chest on her back. His arms were strong and powerful. He lifted her up and circled her in a small circle almost effortlessly. Gu Nianji turned around in surprise several times, only to see his handsome face with a faint smile. From time to time, he would want to lean over and kiss her cheek. Gu Nianji dodged and looked around the ballroom as if she was asking for help. He Jichu finally got rid of Linda and strode over to carry Gu Nianji from the ace of the Far East's arms. Gu Nianji felt her violently beating heart calm down as she leaned against He Jichu's arms. She gripped He Jichu's sleeve tightly and glared at the flamboyant ace of the Far East. He Jichu didn't say a word. He put her back in the wheelchair and pushed her out of the ballroom to the small living room for everyone to rest. The ace of the Far East also followed him. He shrugged and said disapprovingly, "Young Master He, is this how you treat your guests?" He Jichu looked Gu Nianji up and down. He saw that her clothes were neat and tidy, and her hair was a little wet with sweat. Her eyes seemed to be brimming with light. She wasn't at a disadvantage. He stared at her and said gently, "Are you tired? Do you want me to send you back to rest?" Gu Nianji nodded. "I'm thirsty. Give me a bottle of water." He Jichu waved for the waiter to come over and give her a glass of fresh milk. Gu Nianji frowned, but didn't say anything. She silently drank a few mouthfuls of fresh milk. The ace of the Far East watched with interest and said, "Young Master He, I heard from those people that the pink diamond crown on Lawyer Gu's head was your family's betrothal gift. Why don't you want Lawyer Gu to be your fiancé? Isn't she good?" He Jichu straightened up and looked at him calmly. He said, "I don't think being an engaged couple is as good as being brother and sister." The ace of the Far East rubbed his nose and said awkwardly, "I've never heard of such a thing. Husband and wife are the closest. Brother and sister are too unreliable." "How could that be?" He Jichu replied calmly. "Husband and wife can still divorce, but brother and sister," he lowered his head and covered Gu Nianji with the thin, smoky gray blanket. "We'll always be brother and sister. We'll never be separated." The ace of the Far East stopped smiling and snorted. "I'll admire you if you can still say that when your sister gets married." As he spoke, he walked to Gu Nianji's side and bowed to her in a Western style. "Beautiful Lawyer Gu, may I have a dance with you?" "No." Gu Nianji rejected him without hesitation. Gu Nianji rejected him without hesitation. "I saw that you have a partner, Mr. Peter. You can't be fickle and fickle." She didn't hesitate to throw back what the ace of the Far East had said to her. He Jichu laughed out loud, and his almond-shaped eyes rippled with laughter. "Mr. Peter, the most important thing to do is to keep your word. You brought a partner, so how can you leave her alone?" The few of them looked into the ballroom and looked away at the same time. Miss Linda was like a fish in water. She was the brightest star in the ballroom. She was dancing with the American ambassador, Hunter, and couldn't be separated. The ace of the Far East sat down on the sofa next to Gu Nianji's wheelchair. He looked up at her legs and said, "Don't come out to such an occasion before you recover. There are too many people and it's hard to control. If you bump into something." Hijichu didn't wait for him to finish and interrupted him with a dark expression. "Mr. Peter, you're being too nosy. In my territory, it won't be hard to control no matter how many people there are." "Really?" The ace of the Far East scared and slapped him in the face professionally. "I've asked around about Lawyer Gu. She disappeared from your house 8 years ago, right? I heard it was at her 12th birthday party." Hijichu's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. "That was just an accident. And I won't make such a mistake again." "But why do you have to give others a chance to make a mistake?" The ace of the Far East was aggressive and had no intention of giving up on the topic. The best defense is not to give the other party a chance to take advantage of it. Don't you understand that? Gu Nianji saw Hijichu's expression change drastically. She quickly pulled his hand and said calmly to the ace of the Far East, "Mr. Peter, we can't give up eating for fear of choking. We can't hide in the room forever just because something might go wrong, can we? Besides, I believe that the best defense is offense. So I won't hide and not see anyone." This ace of the Far East had Major General Hua's face in vain. In fact, his way of doing things was completely different. Gu Nianji sighed in her heart and lost interest in continuing to talk to him. "Oh." The ace of the Far East shook his head and said casually, "But this kind of attack should be carried out with thorough preparation. Otherwise, looking at your current state, I have hundreds of ways to take your life silently. Do you think you have the confidence to avoid it?" Gu Nianji, she rolled her eyes in annoyance. "If you wanted to take my life, do you believe that you wouldn't be able to get close to me?" The ace of the Far East raised an eyebrow. Not long after, there were more people in the small living room who had come to rest. The Prime Minister's niece, Xia Qingying, was one of them. She walked over gracefully and nodded at Hijichu. "Young Master He, long time no see." Hijichu nodded and smiled at her. He said politely, "Miss Xia has become even more beautiful." Xia Qingying smiled and said, "I just saw Miss Wen and Dean Qin go out. I think they left." Hijichu's eyes flashed, and his attitude became even more amiable. "Miss Xia has a good relationship with Wen Shi and Dean Qin. I did have a good relationship with Miss Wen a few years ago. Later, she went abroad and we didn't have any contact for a while. We're still a little unfamiliar when we meet again today." Hijichu exchanged a few pleasantries with her. Xia Qingying was invited out to dance again. He took out his phone and checked the surveillance cameras at the entrance. He saw Wen Shuyi and Qin Yaoguang get into the Qin family's car and leave. Gu Nianji thought about what the ace of the Far East had just said and looked at Hijichu thoughtfully. She suddenly asked, "Young Master He, how did I disappear 8 years ago? Can you tell me again?" This was the first update of the day, chapter 1572, I'll Give You My Heart. A reminder to everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The monthly votes were already 4,000. There were monthly votes and updates today, so there were 3 updates today. At 1:00 in the afternoon, the monthly votes were 4,000 plus updates. At 8:00 in the evening, the 3rd update. P.S. Thank you to Love at Morning for your 10,000 Chidin coins. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1584. Hijichu frowned slightly. Why did you suddenly think of asking this? He glared at the ace of the Far East unkindly. He had just been slapped in the face by him, saying that he couldn't even protect Nianji in his own home, but could he blame them for not being prepared? As long as that lunatic Gu Xiangwen made a move, all of them together wouldn't be his match. Gu Nianji tugged at the corner of his shirt and said softly, "Young Master He, tell me. I don't even remember, and I'm also very curious. Really, you guys are so protective of me. To be honest, I can't figure out how I could get lost right under your nose. She looked curious because she had heard from Lu Jin that he had taken her away that time because he had intercepted her. He Jichu definitely didn't know about the tortuous experience. He looked at Gu Nianji's pleading face and couldn't steel his heart against her. However, when he saw that the ace of the Far East was also eyeing him covetously, his heart skipped a beat. He pushed Gu Nianji's wheelchair and said, "I'll take you back. I'll tell you what happened." Gu Nianji nodded repeatedly. Okay, let's go back now." He Jichu pushed Gu Nianji's wheelchair towards the elevator. Although their mansion wasn't a high-rise building, it also had an elevator that led to the top. However, it was only used for temporary purposes, and most people didn't take the elevator. However, Gu Nianji needed to sit in a wheelchair, so she needed to take the elevator up and down. They entered the elevator and didn't expect the ace of the Far East to follow them. "I'm sorry, please stop." He Jichu pointed at the sign next to the elevator. The ace of the Far East looked at Gu Nianji and said coldly, "Don't forget what I do. With me here, I can help you find out the truth." He Jichu hated seeing the ace of the Far East act like he was the best in the world. He shook his head expressionlessly. "No need, this is a family matter. Please go back." Gu Nianji didn't want outsiders to know about her childhood. She smiled at the ace of the Far East and said alienatedly, "You're very kind, but there's no need. I believe we can find out the truth ourselves. You should go take care of your female companion. She's been attracting too much attention today. I'm afraid she's already offended half of the female guests." Ace of the Far East. He Jichu felt very comfortable when he heard Gu Nianji say, "we," and insult the ace of the Far East. His sparkling almond-shaped eyes were filled with warmth. He smiled at the ace of the Far East and closed the elevator in front of him. The ace of the Far East rubbed his nose and had no choice but to turn around and return to the ballroom. Gu Nianji and He Jichu's elevator stopped on the second floor. He pushed her back to her room. There were still many soldiers standing guard in the corridor. The security was tight, and the security was much better than Gu Nianji's treatment in the other world. He Jichu closed the door, and Gu Nianji finally stood up from the wheelchair. She stretched and giggled. "Oh, it's not that easy to pretend to be paralyzed. My legs are all numb." She did a few yoga bends. Her soft waist was like a willow twig, as if she could break it with her hands. He Jichu's chest heated up. He quickly turned his head away and pushed her wheelchair to the corner of the wall. Gu Nianji exercised for a while before going to the bathroom to wash her face. She washed off the makeup on her face bit by bit. As she put on a facial mask, she sat down on the sofa and said, "Now tell me, how exactly did you lose me at home 8 years ago?" He Jichu's expression was very ugly. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Wait a moment. I'll go get my computer." Gu Nianji nodded and leaned back on the sofa. As she dried her facial mask, she took out her phone to scroll through Weibo. Her Weibo account wasn't on this side, so she casually registered a few alternate accounts to play slowly. He Jichu returned to his room and found his laptop. He opened it and looked at the things stored on it. Fortunately, after 8 years, it was still inside. No one had touched his things. At that moment, someone pushed the door open and walked in. He Jichu looked up and saw He Qingjian with a dark expression. He quickly walked to his desk. "Achu, what the hell are you doing?" He Qingjian slammed the table and questioned him. "Didn't you risk your life to look for her? You were willing to give up the entire He family for her. Why did you suddenly want her to be your sister?" He Jichu's expression didn't change, and his cold voice was emotionless. "I feel a little tired. She's too young. Maybe I always give in to her. As time goes by, it's easy to have friction. He Qingjian also knew that Gu Nianji had always rejected He Zhichu. He had thought that He Zhichu would be as unyielding as he was back then, until he finally won the heart of the woman he loved. You're letting go just like that? He Qingjian looked at him suspiciously. You didn't do this on purpose to keep me out of it, did you? Of course not. He Zhichu put away his laptop and naturally changed the topic. By the way, Nianji's injury hasn't healed yet. I'm going to accompany her. You can go downstairs and host the ball. How can you do without a host? He Qingjian snorted. I'll deal with it. Think about it carefully. What do you want? Nianji is a good girl. You can't let her down. The corners of He Zhichu's mouth couldn't help twitching. He didn't want to let her down, but she had to give him a chance not to let her down. He Zhichu walked to the door and said aloofly, "It's better for a relationship to be consensual. Don't worry, maybe I'll find a girl who loves me soon, and then you'll be able to hold your grandchildren soon." Ha! Really? Will I live long enough to see my grandchildren? Even though He Qingjian was a cunning old fox, he was still led astray by the words, grandchildren. He practically floated back to the ballroom on the first floor with a grin on his face. He greeted every guest with a smile, which made everyone feel flattered and even more flattered. Both the guests and the host were extremely satisfied. That night, the He family's Christmas party was an unprecedented success. Other than the opening episode of mother and daughter failing to recognize each other and being attacked, everything was perfect. General He was in a surprisingly good mood that night. He only appeared in the second half of the party, but his attitude towards people was amiable. Everyone felt as if they were bathing in the spring breeze and felt his unparalleled charisma. Ever since his wife passed away, it could be said that he hadn't been so patient in many years. Gu Nianji and He Zhichu, who were upstairs, didn't care about the noise downstairs at all. The two of them sat side by side on the sofa. He Zhichu said, "You should have seen part of it last time. I'll show you the complete video now." He pressed the play button. Soon, it was like watching a 3D movie. Gu Nianji found that they were back in the living room on the first floor. However, this was a birthday party, not the resplendent Christmas party that night. The crystal lamps glowed with a sparkling light. The guests were full of guests, dressed in fragrant clothes and laughing happily. The living room was decorated in a childlike manner. There were large strings of hydrogen balloons tied to the tall pillars. They were painted with the words, "Happy Birthday Nianji." All kinds of gold foil garlands hung from the crystal chandelier, and many colorful flowers decorated the entire hall. Animal dolls of all sizes were placed around the living room, and there were circus troupes and clowns performing. There were also servants in white shirts and black pants shuttling through the living room to entertain the guests. There were many flowers and bonsai plants arranged in the living room, and there were people taking care of them. Many of the guests were children about the same age as the 12-year-old Gu Nianji. They were all wearing cartoon uniforms and playing around in the living room. It was extremely lively. Some were wearing cloaks and dressed as vampire counts, while others were wearing maid costumes and dressed as Cinderella. There were also people wearing masks and dressed as Little Spider-Man. There were also people dressed as Mickey Mouse, Minions, Tigger, and even little beauties dressed as Mulan in ancient costumes. However, some of the cartoon costumes looked luxurious and exquisite, and were worth a lot of money. Some were obviously bought online for more than 10 yuan, and the workmanship was rough. Little Nianji, who was only 12 years old, didn't wear a cartoon uniform. Instead, she wore a normal puffy skirt and a pink diamond crown on her head. From their clothes, it could be seen that these children came from different families. Gu Nianji asked curiously. "These children are all my friends." He Zhichu smiled. "A few of them are your friends, and most of them are here to make up the numbers. Some of them are the children of the He family servants. They were specially invited to serve as guests to create the birthday atmosphere. Gu Nianji, no way. Gu Nianji didn't believe it. Although she didn't remember what happened back then, she didn't think she was such a snobbish person. He Jichu stroked her shoulder-length hair and said proudly, "What's so strange about that? It's very difficult for people of different social classes to really be friends. Although you were young at the time, you were extremely smart and very sensitive. You know very well whether others approve of you from the bottom of their hearts or treat you well on the surface." At the time, Gu Nianji would follow behind him after school and ramble on about what had happened in school. She would announce, "I don't like him because he's actually trying to please brother He and uncle He. He doesn't really want to be friends with me." She would also say, "I like him. Even though his family is average, if she buys 2 ice creams, she'll share one with me. It's too hypocritical to give me all of them, and it's too distant if she doesn't give me any. One for each of us is just right." At that time, he would also carefully analyze the friends she had met at school and teach her to recognize what was true and what was fake. If she hadn't disappeared and lost her memory, would they have naturally developed into a relationship? He Jichu rested his chin on one hand, his eyes dim. There were no ifs. What happened was what happened. Gu Nianji wrinkled her little nose and smiled. "I didn't know I was so talkative." He Jichu's gaze shifted to the virtual projection video in the open space of the living room. He said, "Look, at such a birthday party, every guest has gone through a detailed background check. Even 3 generations of their ancestors are innocent before they are worthy of celebrating your birthday. There are also a lot of security personnel and orderlies here. The entire mansion is surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water can leak through." He Jichu paused and said self-deprecatingly, "But such strict security can't stop someone who is too powerful. As long as he makes a move, all of us combined won't be a match for him." At that moment, the virtual projection video in front of them happened to play the part of turning off the lights and blowing out the candles. It went dark for 7 seconds. When the lights came back on, He Jichu stood alone next to the cake, and Gu Nianji, who was beside him, had disappeared. A pink diamond crown had fallen to the ground, emitting a dazzling rainbow-shaped halo under the crystal lights. This is the second monthly vote of the day, sent to you with 4,000 plus updates, Chapter 1573, complete video. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. 8:00 in the evening. P.S. If you are reading the novel on Qidian, please click on the author's words at the end of the chapter, and you can join the fan club of the story of Cambrian. Actually, I don't know what this team is for, but clicking on it won't get me pregnant. Dear friends, please be gentler with your hands, ha 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 ha, moi moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1585. Last time, He Qingjian had shown her the video of Gu Nianji disappearing after turning off the lights and blowing out the candles. This was the first time she had seen it today. Then, the virtual projection video in front of her became chaotic. In the projection video, He Jichu shouted, "No one move." He pulled out his gun and raised it. He looked at the people in the living room sinisterly. "Seal the door. No one is allowed to move." There were at least 200 people in the living room, and more than half of them were children around the age of 11 or 12. As soon as they saw He Jichu pull out his gun, some of the children started crying uncontrollably. The parents tried to coax their children in low voices, but more and more children were crying. He Jichu's gaze scanned the hall, but he couldn't see where the familiar little girl had gone. Only 7 seconds. 7 seconds. He waved for his personal secretary and asked them to show him the surveillance footage of the living room. However, his personal secretary quickly ran back and said with a defeated expression, "Young Master He, the the surveillance footage has been hacked. The footage is still from before the candles were blown out. In the virtual projection, He Ji-chu looked down at the surveillance footage on his phone and didn't move. He Ji-chu, who was sitting next to Gu Nianji, explained to her, "I was looking at the surveillance footage on my phone at the time, because the footage did stop before the candles were blown out." Gu Nianji was a little confused. She pointed at the virtual projection in front of her. "What about these? Didn't you film them?" He Ji-chu smiled wryly and said, "This video was left behind by the storage unit in my room. I used this storage unit as a backup, and the surveillance cameras in the mansion would send the surveillance footage to this storage unit in my room at regular intervals. The other party wasn't able to break my password, so this video was left behind. The surveillance cameras in the rest of the mansion were all destroyed. You have to know that the surveillance cameras in our house are very tight, and the security procedures are very difficult to break. So we suspect." "You suspect that my father did it, don't you?" Gu Nianji nodded in understanding. Other than Gu Xiangwen, there was probably no one else who could do this. Gu Nianji shrunk her neck guiltily. Because Lu Jin, or Gu Xiangwen, was currently hacking into the He family's surveillance security program at her request, when she went back, she had to ask Lu Jin if he could break the password to the memory in He Ji-chu's room. At first, we only suspected it, but not long after, we no longer suspected it. He Ji-chu gestured for Gu Nianji to continue watching. In the virtual projection, the living room continued to be in a mess. The faces of the adults and children were filled with fear and unease. After all, the He family's well-protected little princess had disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. They were all very scared and afraid that He Ji-chu would vent his anger on them. Just as He Ji-chu walked down the steps and was about to interrogate the adults and children present one by one, an orderly came in from outside the house and said blankly, "Young Master He, someone gave you a note." He Ji-chu, he looked at the orderly suspiciously. He didn't take the note. Instead, he looked at the orderly's hand. There was a handwritten handwriting on it. "You don't have to look anymore. I've taken my daughter away." It was signed by Gu Xiangwen. He Ji-chu's heart skipped a beat. He felt like he was suddenly enlightened. Everything that he couldn't figure out had been solved. That's right. Apart from Gu Xiangwen, who else could be so extravagant as to steal a 12-year-old girl in front of everyone within 7 seconds? He Ji-chu looked at the orderly again and felt that there was something wrong with his gaze. He glanced at him indifferently and suddenly pushed him. The orderly didn't seem to have much strength and was pushed to the ground. Then he looked around as if he had just woken up from a dream. He rubbed the back of his head and stood up. He said in confusion, "Why am I here?" He Ji-chu understood and his face darkened. "You were hypnotized." "Hypnotized? I don't remember." The orderly couldn't remember what had just happened. At that moment, a young girl ran in and said anxiously, "I just came back from school and saw someone take a little girl away in a car at the corner in front of the door." Gu Nianji perked up. This person was Wen Shui. To be precise, this person should be Wen Shui, who had just turned 18 8 years ago. Her face was even rounder than it was now. She had long eyebrows, thin eyes, and fair skin. She looked a little similar to the chubby Gu Nianji when she was young, but she looked more similar to the doll she had brought to the other world. All the clues pointed to Gu Xiangwen. Gu Xiangwen himself was an expert hypnotist. He Ji-chu knew a thing or two about the Gu family's ancestral hypnosis. Therefore, he no longer had any doubts and immediately waved his hand. "Follow me. Go out and chase after the car." The virtual projection video ended here. He Ji-chu was the one who told her what happened after that. Our He family was heavily guarded. Only someone who was very good at hypnosis would be able to take a living person away from our house. All the evidence pointed to that person. I rushed over with my men, but I only saw the shadow of the car. So I started a large-scale search in the city. I immediately sealed off all the land transportation routes and stopped all the flights and ferries. I had to make sure that person couldn't escape. But I didn't expect that a month later, our big hunt didn't make that person surrender. Instead, it made him even crazier. That day, in a certain downtown area of Sea City, the man set his own car on fire in front of us, who were chasing after him. And in the car, I clearly saw you sitting inside. The fire was overwhelming. I only saw that madman laughing maniacally in the fire, and you and the car just disappeared in the fire. Hijichu turned his head to prevent Gu Nianji from seeing his expression. When he saw that scene, he screamed, "Nianji!" and fainted. After I woke up, I was depressed for 3 years. Later, our people finally found the magnetic field resonator left behind by that person and learned of the existence of parallel spaces. Some people speculated that before that person died, he must have sent you into the parallel universe on the other side. And that person set himself on fire to hide the evidence of magnetic resonance so that we wouldn't find out where you went. Hijichu lowered his eyes. That's why I went to look for you. Even though he knew that if there was a corresponding body, he would die with him, he didn't care and insisted on going. He Qingjian was also afraid of him. Those 3 years of depression left He Qingjian with lingering fear. In the end, he couldn't argue with him, so he finally let go and let him try. Fortunately, little Hijichu had passed away a long time ago, and he had safely arrived at the parallel universe. When Shui, who had been by Hijichu's side during the 3 years Gu Nianji was away, had also volunteered to go with him. He Qingjian's impression of Wen Shui improved because of this. Gu Nianji listened to Hijichu talk about these things. Although he didn't sound emotional, she still felt very uncomfortable. She sneered and leaned against the sofa. She supported her head with one hand and said, "Wen Shui also has deep feelings for you. Now that you don't have a fiancé, why don't you consider her?" Hijichu pursed his lips and stood up to get a bottle of water from the fridge. He placed it in front of Gu Nianji and said, "I've never had feelings for her." Hijichu still trusted her a lot because she had volunteered to go to the parallel world with him at the risk of her life. She was also very smart, attentive, and good at taking care of people. Hijichu respected all those who worked hard to climb up the ladder. As long as they didn't do anything crooked, this kind of spirit was worthy of respect. Unfortunately, later, he realized that she was a bit of a hypocrite and had an inexplicable hostility towards Gu Nianji. She had crossed his bottom line again and again, so he had chased her back. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and thought to herself, "I'm just saying it casually. If you really dare to make Wen Shui your fiancé, I'll completely break up with you." She took the laptop from Hijichu's hand and replayed the video on the laptop. This time, it was no longer a virtual portrait projection video, but a video played on the computer. Because she was different from Hijichu. Hijichu had thought that her disappearance was Gu Xiangwen's doing from the beginning to the end. However, Lu Jin had personally told Gu Nianji that there was someone else. It was actually Qin Yaguang who wanted to abduct her on her birthday. He had only used the situation to intercept Qin Yaguang's plan. Before those people could hand her over to Qin Yaguang, she had been taken away by Gu Xiangwen. In other words, the person who had taken Gu Nianji out of the He family was not Gu Xiangwen at all. However, the video just now did not show how she had been taken out of the He family's mansion. Could 7 seconds really make a person disappear completely? Then, in the next 10 minutes, she passed through the He family's heavily guarded courtyard and directly appeared in the car at the corner of the street. Gu Nianji had a hunch that there was something wrong with this video. This was today's third update, Chapter 1574, The Miracle of 7 Seconds. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1586. Gu Nianji patiently watched from the beginning. She had only caught a glimpse of it just now, so she hadn't noticed many details. Gu Nianji chatted with He Jichu as she watched the video on her laptop. Young Master He, what did you think of this matter back then? He Jichu sat leisurely on the sofa next to her. He leaned over and picked up a mango from the coffee table in front of him. He cut it open with a knife and drew a cross on the flesh as he said, "Aren't you angry if I tell you?" "Why should I be angry?" Gu Nianji tilted her head to look at him and smiled. "As long as it's the truth, I won't be angry." "Okay." He Jichu nodded. His hand holding the fruit knife paused for a moment, as if he was thinking about where to start. His eyebrows were very black and neat, and his eyelashes were long and thick. From the side, his pair of shimmering almond-shaped eyes made him look flirtatious. After a while, he slowly said, "On the surface, there's only one person in the entire country, or rather, the entire world, who can make you disappear from a heavily guarded hall full of guests in 7 seconds. That person is your father, Gu Xiangwen." Gu Nianji instinctively wanted to nod, but she quickly realized that she shouldn't. She smiled embarrassedly and said, "Really? So you're just making guesses without evidence? Am I the kind of person who would convict people based on guesses?" He Jichu glanced at her and placed the sliced mango on a small bone china plate before placing it in front of her. If you still remember the contents of the video, you'll know that Gu Xiangwen's note will arrive very soon. And only Gu Xiangwen is good at that kind of superb hypnosis. Gu Nianji lowered her head silently and used a small fork to eat the mango He Jichu had peeled for her. He Jichu patted her head and continued, "Then, after we chased after them, we did see a car drive away. I heard from passers-by that a man did get into the car with a little girl. But even so, disappearing in 7 seconds, leaving the He family's mansion in 10 minutes, and getting into the car at the intersection. How did they do it?" Gu Nianji swallowed a mouthful of the fragrant and sweet mango. Her taste buds were soothed, and she narrowed her eyes slightly. She was as obedient as a cute little Scottish fold cat. He Jichu scoffed and said, "We didn't understand this at the time, but from the results of our investigation, the only thing that could make you suddenly disappear was probably the magnetic resonance instrument. We found the magnetic resonance device at the place where Gu Xiangwen was hiding. At the time, we saw him laughing maniacally in the fire with our own eyes. There was a car in the fire, and you were in the car." He Jichu's eyes dimmed. "I saw you and that car being engulfed in flames with my own eyes. Do you understand how I felt at the time?" Gu Nianji, she pursed her lips and brought the bone porcelain plate with mangoes to He Jichu. She blinked her big bright eyes and said, "For you to eat. Would that make you feel better?" He Jichu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed her head. "I don't eat such sweet things. You eat them yourself." Gu Nianji smiled and put down the bone porcelain plate. She smiled and said, "You make a lot of sense, but there are a few loopholes. First of all, the magnetic resonance device is a channel that connects 2 parallel universes. It can't be used to teleport in the same spacetime. If I had immediately gone to the other world from the He family's birthday party, it would have made sense to use the magnetic resonance device to explain it. But according to your description, I went to the other world more than a month after the birthday party." Gu Nianji took a tissue and wiped the juice off her hands. She was deep in thought. So the option of using the magnetic resonance device to leave the He family can be ruled out. He Jichu frowned. The magnetic resonance device can't be used to teleport in the same spacetime. Who told you that? Gu Nianji's big eyes darted around. Of course, she didn't say that Lu Jin had told her. She had been recuperating with Lu Jin for more than a month. When she was bored, Lu Jin would teach her about high-energy physics. And the book, Quantum for Babies. He also enthusiastically used it as a bedtime story and read a few pages to her every day. Gu Nianji had been recuperating for more than a month, and her knowledge of high-energy physics had improved by leaps and bounds. Although she still didn't understand it, she could still memorize it. It's very simple. Think about it. The principle of the magnetic resonance device is to find the same magnetic field frequency between two magnetic fields. When it reaches the same frequency, it uses the magnetic field resonance to form a spatial channel. And in the same spacetime, who does it resonate with? Gu Nianji told him Lu Jin's theory guiltily. He Ji-Chu was also puzzled. Then if it wasn't a magnetic resonance device, how could you disappear from my side in 7 seconds, appear at the door, and then follow someone into the car? He lowered his eyes and said lightly, even if it wasn't a magnetic resonance device, only Gu Xiangwen could do such a difficult operation. Gu Nianji shrunk her neck. She thought that if she hadn't found out about the twists and turns from Lu Jin, her first reaction would have been the same as He Ji-Chu and the others. Only Lu Jin, who was also Gu Xiangwen, could do such a difficult thing. His image as a scientific genius was too deeply ingrained in people's hearts. He was always the first suspect when something unexplainable happened. What's more, this matter involved his most beloved daughter. It was a perfectly normal reasoning. From this perspective, it was the right choice for her father to fake his death and hide his identity. Gu Xiangwen had been burned to death, in broad daylight and in front of everyone's eyes. If anything happened in the future, he couldn't take the blame for it anymore, right? Moreover, Gu Xiangwen had indeed interfered in this matter, so even he probably felt that it wasn't unjust to put the blame on him, so he had no intention of explaining it all. Gu Xiangwen also had a social disorder. It would probably be more difficult for him to explain his actions to others than to kill him. Therefore, he had never told anyone about the twists and turns. If Gu Nianji hadn't been his daughter, he definitely wouldn't have said a word. By a freak combination of factors, the culprit behind Gu Nianji's disappearance became Gu Xiangwen. Everyone thought so, and the results later confirmed everyone's guess. How should they put it? This wasn't wrong, but it wasn't completely right either. What Gu Nianji wanted to do was to arrest everyone related to her disappearance and make them bear the legal responsibility they deserved. Gu Xiangwen was her father. Although he had done something wrong, he had already used his actions to atone for his sins. She had long forgiven him. However, the others were still at large, thinking that no one knew what they had done. Anyone who harmed Gu Nianji wanted to get away with it. That was impossible. Gu Nianji calmed down and calmly watched the virtual holographic projection again. This time, she used her camera-like memory to memorize the faces of all the guests. She also counted the number of people present. There were a total of 237 people in the living room. 185 of them were children about her age. They were all dressed in cartoon costumes, including the invited guests and the children who were waiters. There were 52 adults, including the He family servants. Because most of the waiters were children, there weren't many adult servants. There were only 7 or 8 of them, who were responsible for maintaining order in the living room. The video played slowly, and finally, it was time to turn off the lights and blow out the candles. After the lights came on, Gu Nianji decisively pressed the pause button. Her gaze scanned the computer screen inch by inch. When her gaze swept across the still image twice, Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She realized something was wrong. She narrowed her eyes and looked up at He Ji-Chu. "Young Master He, do you still have the list of everyone present at my birthday party 8 years ago? I mean everyone present, including your family's servants." He Ji-Chu glanced at her. "Of course I do. I've read it more than once. What's wrong? Do you think there's a problem with any of them?" "But I investigated every single one of them after that, including the servants in the living room. I didn't find anything wrong." Gu Nianji thought to herself that her genius father had probably already succeeded in intercepting her. Of course, He Ji-chu wouldn't be able to find anything wrong with these people. She was a lawyer and knew that she couldn't simply suspect people without evidence. He Ji-chu was also a lawyer, so he naturally understood this very well. But if he couldn't find anything after that, what about before that? Gu Nianji felt that this was the blind spot of the whole matter. Gu Nianji smiled slightly. I want to watch it again. After all, they were all witnesses at the scene. He Ji-chu wouldn't refuse such a request. He immediately pulled out the information from the computer's backup and sent it to Gu Nianji's email. Watch it yourself when you have time. Gu Nianji opened the email and saw that the hundreds of pages of information were already lying in the email. She nodded and said to He Ji-chu, "There's something wrong with this video." He Ji-chu was surprised. What's wrong with it? Everyone has investigated it. I know you've investigated it. Gu Nianji quickly nodded. But look here. Gu Nianji's mouse pointed to a spot on the screen. In the direction diagonally behind you, there's a child wearing a cloak and a mask. From where He Ji-chu was standing at the time, this direction happened to be the blind spot of his vision. Just like when driving, there was also a fixed blind spot in the driver's vision. He Ji-chu's frown deepened. Wasn't this child here a long time ago? No. Gu Nianji shook her head and quickly rewound the video. I counted. Before the lights went out, there were 237 people. After the lights went out, there were still 237 people. Do you understand the problem now? He Ji-chu froze, and his face quickly drained of color. You mean, you didn't leave the hall at all? Yes. Gu Nianji closed her eyes. As for the exact number of children, before the lights went out, there were a total of 186 children, including me. Among them, there were 185 children wearing cartoon uniforms. I was the only one who didn't wear a cartoon uniform. After the lights went out, when the lights came back on, I was gone, but the number of children wearing cartoon uniforms had increased to 186. You can count them again. He Ji-chu stared blankly at the child wearing a cloak and a mask diagonally behind him in the video. He gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the small coffee table. This is outrageous. He suddenly understood that the inside story of Gu Nianji's disappearance 8 years ago was far more than what they had discovered. You mean, when you disappeared 8 years ago, other than Gu Xiangwen, someone else had a hand in it? He Ji-chu suddenly stood up. He couldn't wait to make a move. Gu Nianji placed the mouse on the two adults next to the child and said calmly, "And these two people, do you know who they are? From their attire, they should be servants of the He family. Their posture is to surround the child on the left and right. This child wearing a cloak and a mask was her, right? But why was she standing there obediently without crying or screaming?" He Ji-chu glanced at the two people Gu Nianji was pointing at with the mouse. His expression darkened. They are Wen Shi's parents. Gu Nianji's eyes widened. She couldn't help saying, "Oh my God, what kind of grudge do I have with their family? What are they doing? By the way, Wen Shi's mother insisted on sending flowers to my room just now. I chased her away and locked her up." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1575, One More, One Less. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second update was at 8:00 in the evening. P.S. Mwax, Little Angels. Chapter 1587. He Ji-chu had heard his subordinates report that Wen Shi's mother had sent flowers to Gu Nianji's room, but Gu Nianji had rejected her. Then, she had ordered someone to gag her and lock her up. He Ji-chu hadn't taken it to heart at the time. Anyway, if Gu Nianji was unhappy, then so be it. He had almost forgotten that there was someone locked up in the storage room on the second floor. But now that he thought about it, something didn't seem right. Then she didn't ask to enter your room just now to exchange flowers for your room, did she? Hijichu's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Of course not. I already said that no one can go in, but she still wanted to go in. Even a fool would know that she had ulterior motives. Gu Nianji smiled and raised her fist. That's why I threw my iron fist at her. Hijichu frowned. He still remembered that when he first brought Gu Nianji back, he had deliberately pushed Gu Nianji in a wheelchair to give those people a chance to spread the news. If he remembered correctly, the person who had sent the photo of Gu Nianji in a wheelchair to Qin Yaoguang and the others should have been Wen Shui's father. Her parents were both gardeners for the He family and had worked for the He family for decades. All these years, they had been well-behaved and honest. Other than giving birth to a particularly smart daughter, they had never had much of a presence among the He family servants. But this seemingly honest gardener couple was actually the main suspect in stealing Gu Nianji 8 years ago. Hijichu clenched his fists so hard that the joints of his fingers cracked. I think they're tired of living. Gu Nianji quickly tugged at his sleeve and said anxiously, Young Master He, what do you want to do? Hijichu pulled out his pistol and said coldly, Of course I'm going to torture them and then shoot them. Hey! Don't be so simple and crude. Gu Nianji blinked. You'll give yourself away if you do this. What if they accuse you instead? Hijichu sneered. Who would dare to do that in my territory? His domineering aura blinded Gu Nianji's eyes. She clutched her chest, and her other hand was still tugging at Hijichu's sleeve. She pursed her lips and smiled. Young Master He, calm down. When you were on our side, you were wise and resourceful. Why do you only know how to fight and kill when you're back? Hijichu grabbed her hand and said with a cold expression, In the face of absolute power, there's no need to play any tricks. All he needed to do was crush them with force. Gu Nianji looked at Hijichu and sighed. She thought to herself that if she had grown up with Hijichu here, she would probably think that what he was doing was normal. However, she had grown up with Hu Xiaoheng in the other world. Although Hu Xiaoheng was also a person with absolute power and a privileged position in the other world, he never took this privilege for granted, nor did he put himself above the law and order. He was a protector of order, not an overseer of it. Under his tutelage, Gu Nianji also abided by the rules of the game. She stood up from the sofa and said with a faint smile, Young Master He, leave this matter to me, okay? They kidnapped me back then, and now I'm back to sue these human traffickers. Hijichu was stunned. You want to sue them? You want to make a big deal out of this? Of course I want to make a big deal out of it. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows slightly, and her big bright eyes flashed with the light of watching a show. Otherwise, how can we live up to their scheming? Against such people, if you killed them quietly, it would be too easy for them. And it'll leave you and your father with trouble in the future. Hijichu also knew that if they executed the gardener couple in private, it would indeed bring him and his father some trouble. But in his opinion, this trouble was worth it. He said nonchalantly, I'll give them a chance to be tried, but it'll be a secret trial. I'll let them die knowing why. Young Master He, do you think they're the masterminds behind this? Gu Nianji disagreed. I still need them to dig out the people behind them. I said that I'll try them first. I'll dig out everything they know before executing them. Don't worry, none of the masterminds behind this will escape. Hijichu still wanted to resolve this matter in private. Firstly, the He family had such a traitor. If they didn't deal with him ruthlessly, others would question the He family's ability to execute. Secondly, it was to intimidate the other servants of the He family. If they had second thoughts, this would be their fate. Gu Nianji was silent for a long time. She sat back in her wheelchair and said angrily, Fine, do whatever you want. Send me back. I can't stay here anymore. Hijichu saw that she was angry, so he quickly walked over and pulled her up from the wheelchair. He immediately compromised and said, "Look at your temper. I can only go along with you. Alright, do whatever you want. I won't get involved." Really? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. "But I still need a few favors from you." Fine. Do whatever you want. These two are going to be arrested anyway." Hijichu took out his phone and began to give orders. Gu Nianji quickly said, "Keep an eye on them in secret first. Don't let them escape. I'll draft the legal documents now. I'll go to your police department tomorrow morning to report them and ask for their arrest." 8 years ago, Gu Nianji was only 12 years old and a minor. Kidnapping a minor was a felony in the Huaxia Empire, and it was the same crime as buying and selling. Therefore, there were very few kidnappings here, which had a lot to do with the strict legislation in this area. Hijichu had no choice but to say, "I'll go with you tomorrow. I'll prepare the evidence." Gu Nianji pointed at the video surveillance. "These are all circumstantial evidence. I'm both the victim and the most direct witness. I can completely prove that they committed a crime and bring them to justice." Although she couldn't remember what had happened at that time, the video recording gave her a chance to reconstruct her memory. Hijichu went to prepare the evidence, but Gu Nianji was thinking about why she didn't cry or scream. After Hijichu left, Gu Nianji quickly contacted Lu Jin again. "Dad, do you know how Qin Yaoguang stole me from the He family 8 years ago?" Gu Nianji whispered to Lu Jin for help. Lu Jin thought about it for a moment and said, "When I chased after them, they had already brought you out and were about to arrange for you to get on the plane. I took you away from the airport." In other words, the man and child who had been seen by passers-by getting into the car at the intersection in front of the He family's house that night were all fake substitutes. At that time, Gu Nianji was actually still in the He family's living room and hadn't left. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "Then the other party is really scheming. Even if you didn't intercept and take me away, they would still have blamed this on you. Fortunately, you didn't bear this undeserved reputation for nothing." Lu Jin, or Gu Xiangwen's appearance, had instead confirmed the other party's series of framing. This was probably the reason why the He family hadn't found anyone else interfering in the investigation. Because Gu Xiangwen had really appeared and taken Gu Nianji away. Who would have the time to go back and watch the surveillance footage again? This time, Gu Nianji looked at the surveillance footage again and again. It was actually because she had cheated, and Lu Jin had personally helped her cheat. Gu Nianji talked about the clues she had found in the surveillance footage and said in puzzlement, "But I didn't cry or scream. I just stood in the middle of the gardener couple like a fool. I was too obedient. This isn't scientific. It's completely impossible." Lu Jin said without hesitation, "Then they must have gotten the triazolam, which I had modified in Gu Qin's biological laboratory, from Qin Yaoguang. It's also called triazolam. Triazolam is a benzodiazepine-type hypnotic drug. After my modification, the time it takes to take effect has been reduced from 15 minutes to 0.1 seconds. It was originally a light blue pill, but it can also be dissolved in water and covered in the mouth and nose. As long as you come into contact with it for 0.1 seconds, it can produce a sedative and hypnotic effect. It can also cause a short period of memory loss." Gu Nianji's expression was very ugly. She immediately said, "Then it looks like they covered my face with this thing within 7 seconds of turning off the lights." However, this couple's hands and feet were really fast. She didn't know how long they had been practicing. One person covered her mouth and nose and draped a cloak over her body. One of them took off her pink diamond crown and put a mask over her face. Then, he quickly pulled her to stand diagonally behind Hijichu. She was only 2 steps away from him. Hijichu didn't sleep that night. He had been watching the video. She had been so close to him when his heart had been torn apart and his life had been worse than death. This made him even more sorrowful and bitter. This was really the best portrayal of being so close, yet worlds apart. He thought that the furthest distance between her and him wasn't that he loved her and she couldn't respond, but that she was standing behind him and he had lost her. This was today's second update, Chapter 1576, So Close, Yet Worlds Apart. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1588. At dawn the next day, Hijichu let out a long breath and stood up from behind his desk. The computer screen was still frozen at the moment when the lights came back on. He stood in front of the cake and looked down at the pink diamond crown on the ground. Diagonally behind him stood a gardener couple with downcast eyebrows and a downcast look on their faces. The child in the middle of the gardener couple, wrapped up in a cloak and wearing a mask on her face, was Gu Nianji, whom he had spent several years finding. If he could have turned around at that time, no, even if he had turned around, he wouldn't have thought that the child in the cartoon uniform was Gu Nianji. The design of this trap was too precise. And was all of this really not Gu Xiangwen's doing? He knew that Gu Nianji had really sent Gu Nianji to the other world. If all of this wasn't Gu Xiangwen's plan, then how did Gu Nianji end up in his hands? After all, he had seen Gu Xiangwen send Gu Nianji to the other world with his own eyes and then burn himself in front of him. What had happened in between that he didn't know? And how did Gu Nianji know? Hijichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed, and he quickly remembered the doctor, who had suddenly appeared that day and performed the surgery on Gu Nianji. This guess was too scary, so he decided to take a cold shower in the bathroom. At the end of December in the imperial capital, the cold water was bone-chilling, but he felt that he needed this kind of cold to wake himself up and calm down. At the same time, Gu Nianji had just pushed open her room door and walked out. She had already woken up and dressed up. She had already changed out of the black dress she had worn yesterday. She was wearing a pink-blue silk shirt and a thin gray wool suit jacket. She was wearing a pair of wool trousers of the same color on her long legs, and her black mid-heeled leather shoes protruded from the bottom of the wool trousers. She was carrying a dark peacock blue LV twist handbag in her hand as a briefcase. Her freshly washed and blow-dried hair was still not completely dry. It was so black that it was blue, and it hung softly on her shoulders. Her palm-sized face was as white as jade. She hadn't slept well that night. Her black eyes were dyed with the darkness of the night. They were no longer the amber color that could be seen through at a glance. Instead, they were like a book with a lot of content that people wanted to read over and over again. She took out her phone and dialed Hijichu's number, but no one picked up. It went straight to voicemail. The guard at the door saluted her and said loudly, "Good morning, Miss Gu." Gu Nianji nodded and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work." They asked again, "Do you know that young master he went out this morning?" "Young master he hasn't come out yet. He must have gone to the bathroom," Hijichu's orderly quickly replied. Gu Nianji looked at her watch and said, "Then I won't wait for him. When he comes out, help me tell him that I went to the police station to report a case." Hijichu's orderly, "Do we have to go to the police station to report a case? For the He family, shouldn't they just call the head of the Imperial Capital Police Headquarters to report a case?" Gu Nianji didn't explain further. She grabbed her LV handbag and briefcase and strode downstairs. Yesterday, she had gone through all the information Hijichu had sent her and found information related to the case. She had made a report and listed several pieces of evidence. Of course, the most important piece of evidence was herself. There was no evidence more powerful than the victim's testimony. 2 orderlies followed her and said, "Miss Gu, young master he has ordered us to ensure your safety at all times." Gu Nianji didn't stop them and said, "Okay, find a car and take me to the police station." The 2 orderlies drove He Jichu's bulletproof car over. He Jichu had instructed them to use his car if Gu Nianji wanted to use it. He Jichu was halfway through his shower in the bathroom. He knew that Gu Nianji was going to the police station to report the case, so he didn't stop her. He only ordered all the action teams to be in place to secretly protect her. Today was Christmas, but Huaxia didn't actually celebrate this holiday, so there were no official holidays. People who had been partying all night last night still had to wake up early for work today. Gu Nianji was sitting in He Jichu's bulletproof car. She was also stuck in traffic on the 3rd ring road of the imperial capital. She wasn't in a hurry. She had already waited for 8 years, so she wasn't in a hurry. When He Jichu called, she was lost in thought as she looked out of the car window. "Young master he." Gu Nianji swiped open her phone and answered the call. She smiled and said, "I called you this morning, but it wasn't convenient for you to answer. I was just showering." He Jichu wiped his hair with a towel and walked out of the bathroom. He was tall, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. The muscles on his upper arms were well proportioned. He definitely had a good physique that looked thin when he wore clothes and muscular when he took them off. He Jichu's gaze fell on the dressing mirror in front of him. He asked coldly, "Is everything ready?" "Yes, everything is ready. I spent the whole night reading the files you compiled and found some key clues and evidence. I want to make a report, then ask the police to control these 2 suspects and prosecute them. I will represent myself as the plaintiff." Gu Nianji hadn't slept at all last night. She had looked up information on criminal proceedings in the Huaxia Empire. She found that in the criminal proceedings here, the plaintiff could hire his own lawyer to argue with the defendant's lawyer in court, which was slightly different from the criminal proceedings in the other world. After discovering this difference, she heaved a sigh of relief. That was great. She could finally get justice for herself. The best justice was to use the law to send these people to prison. He Jichu thought about it. Although he felt that Gu Nianji was being a little hasty, considering her mood, he decided to let her do what she wanted. If there was anything wrong, he was here anyway. Therefore, He Jichu didn't stop her. He only said, "Be careful and keep in touch. Do you want me to pick you up?" "No need." Gu Nianji's eyes curved. "Help me keep an eye on those 2 people at the He family's house. I don't want to wait for the police to come, only to have them run away." "Okay, no problem." He Jichu used his phone to send a series of orders, causing the entire He family's house to be heavily guarded. He Qingjian was having breakfast in the dining room when he received the news. When he heard that it was He Jichu's order, he didn't even raise his head and said, "Young master, his order is my order. Why are you making a fuss? You're getting more and more unruly. Get out." His personal secretary quickly left the dining room and went out to deliver the news. At that moment, Gu Nianji finally arrived at the Imperial Police headquarters. Because the case of a missing minor that had happened in the He family's home had been reported here 8 years ago. According to the information she had found, the case had not been closed yet. As the informant, He Jichu was supposed to close the case now that she was back. However, in his young master's heart, he had probably forgotten about it a long time ago. Or maybe he was too lazy to close the case. Anyway, it was already an unsolved case. It had been a cold case for many years. It didn't matter if it was closed or not. At that moment, Gu Nianji was extremely grateful for He Jichu's young master habit. If it was Hu Xiaoheng, he would probably close the case immediately, but if the case was already closed, it would be very disadvantageous to her. In the lobby of the Imperial Police headquarters, Inspector Chen from Cold Case almost thought that he had heard it wrong. Ah. The He family's disappearance case 8 years ago. You're the missing victim. You want to sue the 2 adults who kidnapped you. In his 20 years of working on cases, he had never seen a case like this. It was an adult victim who came to seek justice for her underage self. Yes, is there a problem? Gu Nianji didn't hesitate to lay out the law. According to Article 239 of the Criminal Law, kidnapping a minor, using violence, coercion, or other methods to kidnap a minor is punishable by more than 10 years of imprisonment or life imprisonment, and a fine or confiscation of property. Intentionally harming a kidnapped minor, causing serious injury or death, is punishable by life imprisonment or death, and all property will be confiscated. I was the minor who was kidnapped by them back then. They severely abused me, causing me serious injury and amnesia. Gu Nianji pointed to her head. Recently, when I came back here, I was strongly stimulated by them again, and suddenly remembered what happened back then. Inspector Chen looked at the evidence she had laid out and listened to her emotionally describe the abuse she had suffered when she was kidnapped. His eyes were red, and he choked out, "Miss, don't worry. We won't let any bad people go. Guards. Request an arrest warrant. Go to the He family to arrest the suspect." Inspector Chen's subordinates. Go to the He family to arrest the suspect? Was the boss out of his mind? Gu Nianji turned around to look at her dumbfounded subordinates and said calmly, "The suspect is the He family's gardener." Gardener. The police officers came back to their senses and immediately said loudly, "Yes, Inspector. Move out immediately." So they were going to arrest the gardener. They were really scared to death just now. When Gu Nianji returned, she sat in the police car. She took Cold Cases Inspector Chen and his subordinates. Cases Inspector Chen and his subordinates brought an arrest warrant from the court and came to the workers' house where the He family's gardener lived. Although it was called a workers' house, the suite with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms was more than 100 square meters. It was more spacious and luxurious than many apartment complexes in the imperial capital. A police officer went up and knocked on the door. "May I ask if Wen Dao and Liang Meili are here?" The door opened, and Wen Shuyi was standing inside. She looked at the police officer in front of her in surprise, and Gu Nianji, who was standing behind the police officer, with a puzzled look. "I'm Wen Shuyi, also a lawyer. May I ask why you are looking for my parents?" This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1577, Not Letting a Single One Go. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today's monthly votes were 4,500 in advance, so there were 3 updates today. At 1:00 in the afternoon, the monthly votes were 4,500 in advance. At 8:00 in the evening, the 3rd update. P.S. Thank you, FY001, for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1589. The police officer who knocked on the door showed Wen Shuyi the arrest warrant signed by the court and said with a serious expression, "Lawyer Wen, right? Please move aside and don't obstruct us from performing our official duties." Wen Shuyi was unmoved. She nodded slightly and said, "I think there's a misunderstanding." She stared at Gu Nianji, who was standing behind the police, and said calmly, "Miss Gu, I remember that you were sitting in a wheelchair yesterday and were extremely weak. Why are you able to stand up today? May I ask if you're with the police?" Since Gu Nianji had dared to come, she was naturally prepared. She smiled and said, "I was in a wheelchair yesterday, but I wasn't extremely weak. So many people saw me dance at the He family's Christmas party yesterday. How could I be extremely weak?" "Lawyer Wen, since you're a lawyer, you have to watch your words. There's a special term for exaggerating in court. It's called perjury. Gu Nianji smiled sweetly, but her words weren't soft at all. Wen Shuyi was stunned. She remembered that not only had Gu Nianji danced with He Zhichu in a wheelchair yesterday, but she had also been picked up by the Soviet Union's deputy chief consul, Peter, and danced on his instep. From this perspective, she really hadn't been extremely weak last night. Oh right, since you could dance yesterday, why were you in a wheelchair? That's really strange. Wen Shuyi nodded gently. Isn't that misleading others? What did I mislead? Gu Nianji's voice was crisp, and she refused to take any verbal losses. It's still different from what Lawyer Wen had expected, so you think I'm misleading you. Wen Shuyi, my expectations. What expectations did I have? Wen Shuyi retorted instinctively, I don't know you very well, so I didn't have any expectations about your health. That's good. Since you didn't have any expectations, how did I mislead you? Gu Nianji pursed her lips. Which law says that normal people can't be in wheelchairs? You're being unreasonable. Wen Shuyi was finally a little angry. When a normal person sees a person in a wheelchair, they'll infer that she's seriously ill and can't walk on her own. That's right. I was seriously injured more than a month ago and am currently recovering. I came back from Sea City yesterday and was very tired, so I sat in a wheelchair last night. Gu Nianji shrugged. I'm sorry. I wasn't injured to the point where I couldn't stand. I did mislead you. I apologize. Wen Shuyi was slightly annoyed. You only know how to pester endlessly. I'm not talking to you. She shifted her gaze to the police officers in front of the door and said, I'm a lawyer. Show me your arrest warrant. The policeman put the warrant in front of her again. Wen Shuyi read quickly and raised her eyebrows. I say, are you mistaken? The missing miners case from 8 years ago should have been closed with the return of the person involved. Why is it still in the cold case files of your bureau? The person who reported the case did not request for the case to be closed. And now the person in question is suing your parents for kidnapping her 8 years ago. Please don't stop us from carrying out our duties. The police had lost their patience. They pushed Wen Shuyi aside and barged into the house. 2 plainly dressed middle-aged men and women stood in the middle of the living room, not knowing what to do. They stammered, You. What are you doing? We are law-abiding citizens. The policeman took out the arrest warrant and said, May I ask if you are Wen Dayo? Are you Liang Meili? Are the 2 people on the warrant the 2 of you? The arrest warrant had the name and identity documents of the suspect. They also needed to be verified to arrest someone. The 2 of them were in their 50s. Because they worked as gardeners all year round and worked outdoors, their skin was dark and rough. They looked older than their actual age. People would believe that they were in their 60s. It's us, but we didn't do anything illegal. Wen Dayo and Liang Meili said in unison and looked at Wen Shuyi nervously. Wen Shuyi walked over and stayed by their side. She said softly, Dad, Mom, don't be afraid. There must be a misunderstanding. You guys go with the police first. I'll go with you and bail you out immediately. Wen Dayo and Liang Meili obediently reached out their hands and let the police handcuff them. Then, they put a paper bag over their heads to cover their faces and pushed them out of the He family's workers' room. The chief of the police headquarters was talking in He Qingjian's conference room. General He, there has been new progress in the case of the disappearance of miners reported by young Master He 8 years ago. He reported the situation of Gu Nianji's report to He Qingjian. He Qingjian suddenly opened his eyes. It was actually done by my gardener, Wen Dayo, and his wife, Liang Meili. Yes, that's what Miss Gu said. She even produced some evidence. The chief hesitated for a moment and said, Actually, the other evidence she provided isn't very strong. The most powerful evidence is actually herself. She was the victim back then. She said that these two people kidnapped her, so we have to file a case for investigation and go through the procedures. Qingjian pondered for a moment and said, "You guys will act according to the law and find out the truth." Wen Dao and his wife are servants of the He family, but Gu Nianji is the savior of the He family. You should be very clear about her relationship with the He family. The chief of the police headquarters heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said, "General He, it's great that you can say that. We will definitely act according to the law. We will definitely act according to the law." They were most afraid of pressure from the higher-ups in this kind of case. Now that the higher-ups had expressed that they would let them find out the truth, their work would be much easier. The police took Wen Dao and Liang Meili to the detention center of the Imperial Police Headquarters. Wen Shi followed them to go through the formalities and then went to the intermediate court to ask for bail. Gu Nianji didn't want the couple to be bailed out, so she followed them. When she went, Wen Shi was arguing with the judge's clerk. "My client has the right to be bailed out according to the law. We will pay the bail money. You can ask for as much as you want." Wen Shi looked rich and imposing. The suspect in this case has just been taken into custody. The court is very busy and won't be able to process their bail money so quickly. Please go back and wait patiently. The judge's clerk looked businesslike and refused to bend the rules. Wen Shi begged her for a long time, but she still shook her head and said helplessly, "We have a lot of cases to deal with. We're really busy. This is an old case, so we really have to wait a few days. How about this, I'll write an urgent application to the judge and see if the judge will deal with your client's bail money as soon as possible." Gu Nianji smiled and watched from the door for a while. Seeing that the court was handling it well, she didn't say anything else. Seeing that Wen Shi was about to turn around and come out, Gu Nianji stepped aside. As soon as Wen Shi came out, she saw Gu Nianji standing by the door and looking at her with a smile. She felt a wave of grievance in her heart, but her face still maintained a calm expression. She wasn't in a hurry to leave. She looked at Gu Nianji and said slowly, "Gu Nianji, are you really going to make life difficult for my parents?" "What do you mean by making life difficult for your parents?" Gu Nianji stopped smiling and said with a sullen expression, "Why did your parents make life difficult for me in the first place? They kidnapped me at my birthday party. Didn't they ever think of leaving me a way out? You're really strange." Wen Shi looked disapproving, as if she didn't think that Gu Nianji had any concrete evidence. "Who told you that your disappearance 8 years ago had something to do with my parents? Who would spread such rumors? Aren't you afraid of having a rotten tongue?" Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes and said leisurely, "Do rumors only need a rotten tongue? Lawyer Wen, you're so magnanimous. If someone spread rumors about my parents, I'll make sure they go to jail for the rest of their lives." Wen Shi smiled. Miss Gu is young and impetuous. Did you forget the law in a moment of anger? Rumors won't go to jail for the rest of their lives, right? Do you still remember that you're a lawyer? Gu Nianji sneered and shook her right index finger. Even if you spread rumors, your tongue won't rot, so it's best not to say such meaningless words. It doesn't match your image as a lawyer. If that's the case, there's no need for us to argue here. Wen Shi looked at Gu Nianji and said with a trace of pity, "Do you really not know what happened 8 years ago? Do you think you can vent your personal anger by colluding with the police to arrest my parents? You're underestimating our legal system." "I didn't underestimate your legal system," Gu Nianji said calmly. Gu Nianji replied calmly, "Of course I submitted concrete evidence before the police applied for an arrest warrant. Lawyer Wen, don't play dumb. You know very well what happened 8 years ago." Wen Shi was also suspicious when she saw how confident Gu Nianji was. She wondered if something had gone wrong. In the blink of an eye, she thought through everything once again. Thinking about how Gu Xiangwen had appeared at the last minute and taken Gu Nianji away from Qin Yaguang's men at the airport without anyone noticing, she calmed down again. Gu Xiangwen had done it in the first place. What was she afraid of? This is today's second monthly vote, 4,500 plus, delivered, Chapter 1578, not a single one will be spared, 2. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is also Monday, a special reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. 8 p.m., the third night watch. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1590. She looked at Gu Nianji with a half-smile and took 2 steps in front of her. When she whispered into her ear, "Since you have concrete evidence, have you ever thought that the person who took you away was your crazy father, Gu Xiangwen? You're the crazy one." Gu Nianji reached out and pressed her hand against Wen Shi's face. She pushed her away and said in disgust, "Speak properly. Don't stand so close." Wen Shi staggered from her push and almost fell. She held on to a pillar in the courtroom and stood still. She grinned and said, "Gu Nianji, your biggest problem is that you can't face reality. Your father is the 2-time Nobel Prize winner, Gu Xiangwen. Your mother is the director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital, Qin Yaguang. But none of them really love you. They only treat you as a tool. My parents are just ordinary gardeners, but they love me unreservedly. They can do anything for me as long as I can be happy. I think you're jealous of me, so you're making things difficult for my parents, right?" Gu Nianji's expression changed. She clenched her fists tighter and tighter. She wanted to punch her fair, round face. Wen Shi's gentle face with thin eyebrows and thin eyes looked especially annoying. "Jealous of you? That's why you're making things difficult for your parents. Not only is your face as big as a basin, but your logic is also ridiculous." Gu Nianji took a deep breath and clenched her fists even tighter. Her nails dug deep into her palms, and the pain made her shiver. She calmed down and continued, "Your parents love you, so they won't commit crimes. My parents don't love me, so they will commit crimes. Is that what you mean? Is that your logical reasoning? With your level, does Qin Yaguang think you're a trustworthy lawyer? It seems like her level is only so-so." "So what?" Wen Shi mimicked Gu Nianji's tone and wasn't angered by her words. "I'm just reminding you that you're suing my parents for kidnapping, but you're actually suing your own father for kidnapping. Because your father is the mastermind behind your disappearance. Even if my parents were in the wrong, they were just helping others." Wen Shi was very sure that Gu Nianji was shooting herself in the foot. "So you think that my father kidnapped me?" Gu Nianji's curvy lips curved upwards. "What if I don't think so? You all said that my father died in the fire. In that case, the dead can't testify. Does that mean we can throw all kinds of evidence at him?" Wen Shi looked at her calmly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. "This is not a case of no evidence, nor is it a case of framing your father. He was indeed the mastermind behind your disappearance. First of all, according to the chain of evidence we have, your father is the mastermind behind your disappearance. Your father died in the fire, so the case should be closed. Secondly, you can sue my parents, but you must have enough evidence to convince the judge and the jury that your father is not the mastermind, but my parents are the masterminds." Gu Nianji clenched her fists, her eyes frighteningly bright. "But you and I both know that your so-called chain of evidence was forged." "I don't think it was forged." Wen Shi took a step closer to her, her expression aggressive. "The note that your father asked the orderly to pass on was verified by the most famous handwriting expert in our country. It was indeed written by your father himself. The witness who saw a man and a little girl get into the car at the intersection also confirmed that the man was the famous two-time Nobel Prize winner, Gu Xiangwen. A month later, countless people saw you sitting in the burning car at the intersection of Sea City, and your father laughing wildly in the fire in front of the car. Gu Nianji, have you thought about how to solve this chain of evidence related to your father? Wen Shuyi was indeed a lawyer. When she calmed down, her professionalism immediately showed. Meticulousness prevailed. Gu Nianji couldn't help taking 2 steps back, a trace of hesitation and fear on her face. Yes, from the evidence on the surface, the mastermind behind her kidnapping was her father, Gu Xiangwen. The Gardner couple was at most an accomplice. But if the Gardner couple were to be sued, then her father would undoubtedly be a defendant as well. She wasn't surprised at all that the couple would blame everything on Gu Xiangwen. But she knew that wasn't the case. Was she afraid? No, she wanted to clear her father's name one by one so that her father's reputation wouldn't be tarnished by this group of people. But she couldn't let her father step forward rashly and become the target of public criticism again. This battle was really difficult to fight, but if she gave up just like that, she wouldn't be Gu Nianji. What's wrong? Are you scared? Do you regret it? It's not too late for you to withdraw the lawsuit now. Wen Shuyi's eyes flickered, and her voice became even gentler. Your beautiful life has just begun. Why must you make things difficult for Auntie Qin and me? As long as you withdraw the lawsuit, I promise I won't pursue the matter. I'll even persuade Auntie Qin to take good care of you. After a pause, a trace of contempt and disdain flashed across Wen Shuyi's eyes. If you're not jealous of my parents' love for me, then you're jealous of Auntie Qin's love for me. Yes, your biological mother doesn't treat you well and treats other girls well. No one would be able to stand it, right? But you don't have parents. You didn't give birth to a child because of love, so don't waste your energy messing around. Gu Nianji looked at Wen Shuyi's self-righteous attitude. Her heart didn't waver at all, and she even wanted to laugh. In your heart, am I such a petty person? A human life is at stake. Lawyer Wen, do you have any respect and reverence for justice, the law, and order in your heart? Gu Nianji stopped retreating and gradually straightened her back. She looked down at Wen Shuyi, who had a dark expression on her face. Gu Nianji took 2 steps forward and clicked her tongue. In your heart, I'm suing your parents because I'm either jealous of your parents' love for you or jealous of Qin Yaoguang's love for you. Your speculation about my motives actually reflects the secrets in your heart and your narrow-mindedness. Wen Shuyi was slightly stunned. Isn't that so? Don't give me those lofty reasons. I don't believe any of them. Unfortunately, I believe them. Gu Nianji pointed at her chest. I'm suing your parents not because I'm jealous, but because I want them to bear the legal responsibility they deserve. It doesn't matter who they work for, and it doesn't matter if they're the real masterminds. They were the ones who kidnapped me. That's undeniable. I want everyone who harmed me back then to be brought to justice, no matter who they are, even if it's my father, or my mother. Gu Nianji finished speaking slowly and was satisfied to see a flash of panic in Wen Shuyi's eyes. This is today's 3rd update, Chapter 1579, Not Letting a Single One Go, 3. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is also Monday, a special reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Good night, big shots and little angels. Chapter 1591. Wen Shuyi's heart sank, but she quickly calmed down when she saw Gu Nianji's sly smile. She picked up her phone and began searching for a number in her contacts. She said nonchalantly, "Do whatever you want. After all, you cut Auntie Qin's hand the moment you came back. It's hard to say who's hurting who, really. Gu Nianji smiled adorably and slung the LV twist handbag over her shoulder. She planned to leave as well. Then you can ask her to sue me. I'll play with her to the end. She turned around and left the entrance hall of the Imperial Capital Intermediate People's Court. She got into the car that was waiting for her outside. When Shi happened to walk out of the gate and saw the license plate of the car, she curled her lips in disdain. Was she trying to use the He family's power to put her parents in jail? He Jichu had already broken off his engagement with her, but she was still staying at the He family's house to cheat, when Shi narrowed her eyes, and the phone in her hand rang. She quickly unlocked the phone and rushed down the stairs. Auntie Chin, Gu Nianji just reported the case to the police. The police have launched a cold case investigation, and the court has approved an arrest warrant to arrest my parents. Qin Yaguang had just come out of the bathroom. Her head was wrapped in a white bath towel and she was wearing a high-density island cotton bathrobe made in the West Indies. This kind of cotton fabric was extremely expensive and was usually used by luxury brands to make custom-made clothes. However, Qin Yaguang was casually wearing a bathrobe made of this material. She sat leisurely in front of the dressing table and began to fiddle with her bottles and cans. Her skincare products were all made by herself. They were biological skincare products, and their effects were so good that anyone who used them would know. She also had the capital to make her own skincare products. Qin Yaguang, the director of the Qin Corporation's private group, was not only a world-renowned brain surgeon, but also a biomedical expert. She had made epic-making contributions in genetic engineering. Making some biological beauty and skincare products was a piece of cake. She warmed up a few drops of beauty oil in her palms and carefully applied them to her face while wearing a Bluetooth headset to talk to Wen Shui. Why are you in such a hurry? If she wants to sue, then go ahead. Aren't you a top student at Harvard Law School? She has a lawyer's license in both the US and China, and she has won so many cases. Are you still afraid of her? Qin Yaguang looked at herself in the mirror and touched her plump lips, which were the same shape as Gu Nianji's. She smiled in satisfaction. Wen Shui was a little anxious when she saw that Qin Yaguang did not take it seriously. When it came to a lawsuit, it wasn't something that could be won based on who graduated from a better law school. Every lawsuit was different. She knew this very well, so she didn't underestimate Gu Nianji. He had to admit that although Gu Nianji's character wasn't very good, she was a talented player in the eyes of the law. Her ability to improvise was very strong. She could look down on Gu Nianji's character, but she had to value her professional ability. Auntie Qin, even so, it's always good to be prepared. Wen Shui looked around. Is it convenient for you? I came to your house to discuss how we should deal with it. Qin Yaguang's hand paused for a moment. Looking at her natural beauty in the mirror without any makeup, she frowned and refused. What are you doing here? I don't know the law, so I can't help you. Auntie Qin, but... Wen Shui was tongue-tied. But what? Qin Yaguang frowned even more. Think of a way to defend your parents. Don't come to the hospital to work for the time being. Also, that case has nothing to do with me. It was Gu Xiangwen who kidnapped his daughter. Don't call me so often. After saying that, Qin Yaguang hung up the phone and blocked Wen Shui's phone number. She sat in front of the dresser and fell into a daze for a while. She said to herself, yes, it had nothing to do with me. It was that crazy lunatic Gu Xiangwen who did it from the beginning to the end. Wen Shui called Qin Yaguang again and realized that she couldn't get through. She stood at the foot of the steps of the entrance of the Imperial Capital Intermediate People's Court and looked blankly at the cars and pedestrians coming and going on the road in front of the door. She gripped her phone tightly. She understood what Qin Yaguang meant. This matter had nothing to do with her. Therefore, she could only insist that Gu Xiangwen was the mastermind. Gu Xiangwen was already dead. Even if he wasn't dead and came out alive to testify, she still had the ability to pin everything on him. When Shi made up her mind, she walked to the parking lot, got her car, and drove to her apartment. Ever since Gu Nianji left, she had almost taken over Gu Nianji's position in the He family. She had also worked very hard. She had taken the opportunity to get her degree and become a lawyer. She had earned a lot of money and bought several houses for herself. She had long since stopped living in the He family's workers' house. Coincidentally, because Gu Nianji was in a wheelchair yesterday, she had to go back and ask her mother what was going on. However, her mother had been locked up for a few hours and was only released late at night. She waited until late at night. Later, she saw her mother and asked about the situation. She didn't go back and stayed at her parents' house for the night. She hadn't expected Gu Nianji to be impatient after just one night. Calling the police, issuing an arrest warrant, and arresting her in one go. She was going too far. When Shi drove back indignantly, Gu Nianji returned to the He family's residence. She had just opened the door to her room when she received a call from He Jichu. "You're back. How's it going?" He Jichu had already gone to his office at the military base. He wasn't at home. Gu Nianji threw her LV handbag on the sofa and lay down. She smiled and made a V sign. "Everything is going smoothly." "That's good." He Jichu smiled faintly. As he signed the documents, he said, "Is the court ready to schedule the trial? When will it be in court?" "That's up to the court. But I can apply for an expedited trial." Gu Nianji was already prepared. This is a reopening of a cold case, and it's related to a minor. According to the rules, it can be tried early. "That's good. When Shi should be her parents' defense lawyer." "Do you know when Shi's court defense style?" He Jichu quickly signed the documents and planned to teach Gu Nianji a lesson called When Shi's Court Defense Skills. Gu Nianji made a face and said with a smile, "No need, no need. There's no need to deal with her now. If she wants to go to court with me, she'll have to wait a while." He Jichu, "I don't understand." He Jichu put down the documents and leaned back in his chair. His sparkling almond-shaped eyes contained a doting and affectionate look that he didn't even realize. "Do you think when Shi won't be her parents' defense lawyer?" "That's impossible. Under such circumstances, she doesn't have to avoid it." "I know. She can be a defense lawyer for her own relatives. It's not against the law here. She just can't be a defense lawyer for the other party. If the other party in the lawsuit against her client is her relatives, she needs to avoid it." He Jichu's slender and fair fingers tapped on the desk. He smiled and said, "Then what's our great lawyer Gu's trick up her sleeve?" Gu Nianji's heart warmed when she heard this. She couldn't help but think that she just didn't have a mother. Her father, young Master He, brother Zhe, and brother Xiong had all given her the love of a family member. "I have my own plan." Gu Nianji smiled and stood up to stretch. She picked up the LV handbag from the sofa and walked out the door. "When she applies to be her parents' defense lawyer, I'll veto it. Then I'll wait and see." He Jichu also smiled. "What do you want to eat for lunch?" "I'll pick you up for lunch." "No, I want to go out for a walk alone. I want to think about it carefully and prepare for court." Gu Nianji rejected him implicitly. Actually, she wanted to talk to Lu Jin about the case. Yesterday, she had come to the imperial capital from Sea City. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin had also followed her. She just didn't know where they were staying in the imperial capital, but she didn't dare to ask He Jichu in front of him. She was worried that he would become suspicious. He Jichu was a little regretful, but he didn't insist. He said, "Drive my car. Be careful and don't go too far." He Jichu's license plate could do whatever he wanted in the imperial capital, so he was very confident about it. Okay, thank you, young master he. Gu Nianji hung up the phone with a smile. She quickened her steps and ran downstairs. Gu Nianji took the car from the He family's garage and drove it out. She planned to take a few laps on the streets first. Just as she drove out of the secluded alley where the He family's mansion was located, Gu Nianji saw a man on the opposite side of the road with his arms crossed and his long legs stretched out. He was leaning against the front door of a modified Grand Cherokee luxury SUV. It was the KGB's ace of the Far East, Peter Huashaoheng. He was also the new deputy chief of the consulate general in Sea City. The corners of her eyes twitched. What was the ace of the Far East doing here? Not far away was the heavily guarded He family's mansion. Of course, he was now a diplomat and enjoyed diplomatic immunity. She pretended not to see him and drove straight ahead. The ace of the Far East, who was standing across the street, smiled. He turned around and got into the car. He slammed on the accelerator and drove over quickly, following behind her at a leisurely pace. Gu Nianji, she slammed on the accelerator and sped towards the highway like a bolt of lightning. However, no matter how she walked on the crowded commercial street or ran on the highway, the Grand Cherokee luxury SUV followed her like a shadow. She couldn't shake it off at all. An hour later, Gu Nianji was discouraged. She drove off the highway and planned to go back to the He family's house. At that moment, she heard her phone ring. It was her father's special ringtone. Gu Nianji was delighted and quickly answered the call with her Bluetooth headset. Lu Jin held the phone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of a high-rise apartment and asked with a smile, "Nianji, when are you coming home?" "Gu Nianji, where are you?" She quickly said, "I wanted to send you a message later." Lu Jin smiled and sent the address to her phone. "I guess you're almost done with your work by now. Boss Lu is cooking. What do you want to eat?" Gu Nianji felt hungry at the mention of eating. She couldn't help asking. "Does President Lu know how to cook paella?" Lu Jin laughed. "I have to. I'll go find the recipe and let him learn it on the spot." Gu Nianji, after the call, Gu Nianji saw in the rearview mirror that the big and flashy Grand Cherokee luxury SUV behind her had disappeared. She breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the address on her phone, Gu Nianji quickly turned around and drove towards Lu Jin and Lu Yuan's apartment. What she didn't know was that while she was focused on making the phone call, the ace of the Far East had quickly changed cars with his own people. Now, he was driving the most ordinary black Volkswagen sedan and continued to follow behind her car at a moderate pace. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1580, Not a Single One Will Be Spared, 4. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8 p.m., the second update. P.S. Thank you to Fy001 for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.